Good morning, everyone. The fourth meeting of the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers. Vice Chairperson, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay. Members, Representative Ferginel G. Biron, MD. Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero. Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. Representative Albert S. Garcia. Senator Christopher Bongo. Senator Risa Ontiveros. Senator Lauren Legarda. Representative Oscar Oca G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Grace Poe,
Present.
Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Representative Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar. Our ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The committee chairperson is present.
Present.
Senator Bongo is present.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. With 11 members present in person, including the chair, and 3 members present online, with a total of 14 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. We now proceed to item 3 of our agenda, the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. The Honorable Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting held on November 29, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting held on November 29, 2022 is dispensed with, and the same is considered as approved. Good morning, esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers is tasked to deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rexlon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. May we now hear the Commission Secretary report on the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to the ad interim appointment under consideration in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Rexlon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development dated March 31, 2023 was received by the Commission on April 12, 2023 and was referred by the CA Chairman Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri on the same date to the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers for its appropriate action pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. The ad interim appointment under consideration was published on April 14, 2023 in 2 newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Times and Manila Standard, and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. The appointee has complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements on April 20, 2023, as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. There is no opposition filed against the appointee under consideration. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will proceed to item 6 of our agenda, deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Madam Chair, please administer the oath to the good secretary.
Secretary Gatchalian, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So
I do.
You got. Mr. Chairman, the appointee is now under oath.
Thank you very much. The chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Representative Johnny Pimentel and Senator Amy Marcos. We just acknowledge your presence, ma'am. So the committee will now deliberate on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. May we now call on the appointee under consideration to, if you have any opening statement, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the honorable members of the commission. Off the get-go, Mr. Chairman, iba pala yung pakiramdam pag nandito ka. 12 years ago, I was seated there. Iba pala yung excitement pag nandito ka. But just the same, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be able to narrate briefly what we want to do in the department if given the chance to continue leading it in the next couple of months or years. 4 months ago, I was appointed as acting secretary of the department. And in that 4 months, I've come to realize that because of COVID, there seems to be a paradigm shift in the way people look at the department. They normally call me the acting secretary of social welfare. People seems to have forgotten na may apelido ho kami, which is development. And if given the chance to run the department, if given the chance to be confirmed, I would like to put equal thrust in the development of the development side of the department. Yes, social welfare is very important, but equally as important will be the development programs of the department. Because these development programs are the ones that will break the chain of poverty or the cycle of poverty. Just briefly, Mr. Chairman, we wanted to work on strengthening existing flagship programs in the development side of Dswd, such as the 4Ps. We want to look into ways now that 4Ps graduates, beneficiaries are graduating. We want to make sure that they don't slip back to poverty. That's why we want to strengthen our sustainable livelihood program. We want to make sure that these SLPs, as they call, are really sustainable in nature and not one-shot deals. We want to look at the community-driven development of Kalahi Seeds, making sure that the farthest communities are reached by development and that they're community-driven. We want to also make sure that we invest in human capital. Yes, we all want to end poverty, but we know that ending poverty is a long game. But there are low-lying fruits like ending hunger that we want to look at because these are investments to human capital that we can do immediately. We also want to bring back dignity in getting social welfare by making sure that we streamline the requirements and that we go digital. We are talking about chatbots so that people have access to the requirements even before they get to the department, coming up with portals where people can upload the requirements and digital forms of disbursement of cash. We also want to look at strengthening social protection. We know that strengthening social protection to include even our families in street situation. We want to work into strengthening the social protection side of our residential care centers by making sure that our social workers are capacity built. We want to make sure that when we do get clients in our care facilities, that we assess them right, we intervene right, and that we provide the necessary exit mechanism so that they can be mainstreamed back into society and they can be productive members of society. We also want to look at expanding the base so that we can attract more social workers. There's a dearth of social workers in this country. I stumbled upon recently a facility in the department that was supposed to cultivate future social workers. We want to bring that back and turn it into the DSWD Academy. The facility is existing. We just have to breathe in content into it. Then going back to the social welfare side, we want to make sure that every single social welfare program that we do launch should be targeted, measurable, conditional, and as a clear exit mechanism so that we don't saddle the country with one dole-out program over another. We want to make sure that in terms of development side in the disaster preparedness, we want to lean into the existing capacities of the private sector so that we don't exhaust government resources. There are existing capacities in the private sector that we can exploit towards making sure that our country is disaster prepared. That being said, Mr. Chairman, again, let me take this opportunity to thank all the members of the esteemed commission for giving me a chance to ventilate the policy directions of the department if given the chance to lead it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The appointee is now ready to answer and to respond to any comments, questions from the members. Of
Mr.
the
Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to inform the body that the whole member of the House contingent will no longer ask questions. The nominee is a colleague in the present Congress. We believe in his competence, integrity, and fitness. The way he spoke in his opening statement speaks well of his plans and programs. halata na ang gumawa ng speech niya ay siya, hindi staff niya. Kasi kita mo naman sa salita at sa puso na galing sa kanya yung mga idea. While our members here are very eager to manifest their strong support in the spirit of our strong support to the nominee, we will no longer ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Majority Leader. We now acknowledge Senator Cynthia Villar.
Want to ask question. I talked to you about being able to buy rice from NFA by using our ICE. What has happened to this?
Mr. Chairman, before I answer that, Madam Senator, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank my former colleagues in the House for the vote of trust and confidence. Maraming salamat. Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, the draft is already with NFA. In fact, right after our meeting, we sent over the draft, MOA, and it's with them. We've done constant follow-ups, but they're still checking it, quote unquote. But as soon as we left your office, ma'am, we believed in the vision of providing an alternative modality for providing crisis intervention, which is rice or food subsidy. So we immediately drafted the MOA, and it's already sitting in the office of the NFA. And we've done numerous follow-ups up until yesterday. Medyo nandun pa rin ho hanggang ngayon, Mr. Chairman.
May we request you to talk to the NFA head and explain to him what's wrong with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've also been trying to secure an appointment to talk about this particular modality as well as the rice fortification that we spoke about. But rest assured that immediately after, I will continue to pursue and hound the NFA administrator so that I can get audience with him and we can get the paperwork signed immediately. On the side of the DSWD, we believe in the modality and we would really want to push it.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask another question. What are your facilities for the homeless?
Madam, right now, we have 76 residential care facilities with varying mandates. Some of them are for senior citizens, some of them for abandoned children. So whenever we get families in street situation, we have to determine first if they are a cohesive unit or if they are individuals. Kung individuals, so obviously we won't want to break the family apart. So we'll keep them as a cohesive family unit. The main facility we have in Metro Manila, or the greater Metro Manila area, is the Fabella Center. It currently houses, if I'm not mistaken, close to 300 to 400 people or families in street situation. And the other ones, we would spread them in the competencies. So kung individual ho na bata yon, we'll make sure that they go to a care facility na pang bata. But right now, as I mentioned a while ago, we really want to strengthen our social protection, especially for families in street situation. We've recently piloted a pag-abot program or a reach-out program here in Pasay, and we've spoken to the 17 Metro Manila mayors about expanding it. We have realized that, unfortunately, a lot of our kababayans are now living in street situation, so we want to make sure that we move them into our care facilities. But given the limited structures namin, kasi we only have 76, we're also working with other government agencies about using the old isolation facilities. We are currently talking to the Department of Tourism. We've also spoken to BCDA about borrowing these built isolation facilities as interim housing. Kasi the ultimate goal is to bring them back to their source or province or their origin. But hindi lang ho yung iiwan natin doon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, but to make sure that they have the right economic inputs. One of our programs that we inherited that we want to strengthen is BP2. It's in the budget actually. We want to make sure na may economic opportunities pag uwi nila doon, kundi babalik at babalik pa rin ho sila sa atin.
The problem is we go to your Dswd local, but they are not doing anything about it. So what are the alternatives for a person like me who cannot stand those homeless people in our, especially they are staying in our, what do you call this, historical site, which is for tourists, and they are living there and making their livelihood there. So what will we do? Like me, a senator, I'm not part of the local. I always call the local, but they fail to do something about it. Whom do I call in the national office?
Ma'am, it's a program that we are now running. Naka-pilot ho tayo dito sa Pasay actually. It's the pag-abot office. We will gladly, Mr. Chairman, we would gladly furnish the good senator and all the members. And we will also publish helplines shortly para yung common citizens so makakatawag ho. If I can expound more, when I was a local chief executive sa Valenzuela ho, kasi that was also a problem, and we had to make sure na meron kaming constant team that would reach out to our families in these situations. So the concept here is, we worked with the 17 Metro Manila mayors. It's a collaborative approach. Kung hindi nila kaya, sabi namin, we will provide the necessary national support. So we now have dedicated teams. After the pilot, hopefully next month, we'll expand it to make sure na yung mga ruta where these families in situation are, reach out namin, madala namin sa care facility or sa interim housing, then maiuwi namin. Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, we will gladly publish the numbers, but in the interim, we will also furnish the Office of the Good Senator the numbers of the pag-abot task force or the team that we've formed already.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Senator. Senator Risa.
Salamat gid, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga po, Secretary Rex. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to ask the good secretary a few policy questions for the record. First of all, Secretary, Mr. Chair, to enable the full implementation of the expanded solo parents welfare law, may we request the Secretary to make representations with the DBM Secretary for the issuance of an addendum to the local budget circular that will earmark financial resources commensurate to the number of beneficiaries assigned to the department?
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, we took the liberty after our initial meeting prior to that event. We wrote the DBM about this, and they've already responded, and we will gladly furnish the committee together with the Office of the Good Senator the copy of the response wherein DBM answered in the affirmative. They said that yes, they believe that this should be charged against local GAD funds. But at the same time, they've also made a promise in that letter that they will include in their next memo circular for local budgeting the provisions of the said act. Furthermore, they have already made representations with DILG about crafting the implementing rules and regulations so that we can operationalize the provisions of the expanded Solo Parent Act. Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair. Natutuwa akong makarinig na nag-initiate na si Sec Rex ng partnership amongst not just one or not just two, but in fact 3 departments. Department nila, ang DBM at saka pati ang DSWD. So I noted though that the DBM's answer, though in the affirmative, and thank you very much to Sec Rex and through him, Secretary Mina, I note though that they said these financial resources will be charged against the local GAD fund. Karamihan nga po ng mga solo parents ay mga kabaro namin, pero there's also a minority that are solo dads. So I hope the Secretary won't mind if I'll follow up with him in the coming months yung optimal implementation nito or response sa tanong ko. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also look forward with keen interest to the reforms that Sec Gatchalian will bring to the DSWD. For instance, the streamlining of processes in the availment of services and the digitalization of the provision of financial assistance to 4Ps beneficiaries. So pwede po bang sabihin ng Good Secretary sa CA kahit maikli lang tungkol sa mga efforts na ito?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, let me just bucket it into 2. Services directly given to individuals in crisis situation. I won't segregate na yung 4Ps kasi the way I see it, everybody in crisis situation program should be accorded the same streamlined efforts and digitalized effort. And the other one is the less popular side of the department. Little do people know na may regulatory side kami, which is the accrediting of NGOs, civil society groups, which are equally important, or what we call as yung social welfare development agencies. So in that side, these SWAD DAS that we call them are integral partners kasi the DSWD cannot do it by themselves. We need them, whether you're a people's org, a NGO, or a foundation. We need to make sure that they get accredited fast. Right now, we saw na One, there are multiple steps. You get registered, then you get licensed, then you get accredited. Pero yung mga requirements nila halos pare-parehas lang, but you have to keep on coming back to the department again and again and again. Also, there seems to be a lack of transparency in trying to publish what type of requirements there are. So yung akala mo pagpunta mo doon, ito yung requirement, pero Mr. Chairman, yung pala may iba pa ulit na hihingiin. So off the get-go, we want to do that, make it transparent, and also look at the forms. Kasi parang ang hahaba ng mga forms, paulit-ulit yung tanong nila. So it can get very so frustrating for our development partners to get accredited. Forgive me, Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, if I keep on going back to my experience as local chief executive. Wala ho tong kinaiba when we were trying to do ease of doing business in Valenzuela or in LGUs. We have to do the regulatory side ng department as easy as that. Making sure that as 1, 2, 3, you can get accredited. I keep on going back dun sa accreditation process or licensing process kasi these are the force multipliers ng department, the development agency. So we've already done the streamlining work. We're doing it, and hopefully we can finish it in the next 60 days, trying to identify redundancies that we can remove so that, kasi ma'am, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, the digitalizing side is the easier part. It's the streamlining that has to start first. Pag digitalize mo yan without streamlining the steps, nakaka-frustrate din yun, mas nakaka-frustrate pa. Online nga siya, pero ang dami pa ring steps. So that's in the regulatory side ng department. We've already started trying to figure out what requirements we can do away with, what requirements are redundant, and we're going to shorten the gestation period of getting registered, licensed, and accredited, yung accreditation of programs. Now, going back to the other side, which is yung sa end users natin, our clients, one of the things that we've realized, even nung mayor ho ako, is maraming mga kliyente natin pumupunta sa mga department, sa DSWD, na frustrate sila kasi akala nila ito yung requirement, yung pala kulang yung dala nila. So alis sila, balik sila. In this day and age of chatbots and coming up with AI to do that, the prototype of the chatbot of DSWD is already in the works. We should be able to launch it in the next, hopefully 45 days. We're just fixing the graphics and the content. People have smartphones and they know how to use technology. So mas madali siguro if we now do chatbots to explain the requirements para pagpunta nila doon, hindi naman kulang yung dala na nila and it won't be as frustrating. Number 2, I have to give credit pala one step backwards to where credit is due. My predecessor already streamlined the process of, si Secretary Tulfo streamlined the process of getting assistance. Inalis niya na yung ibang requirements like the barangay certification, inalis niya na yan. So he already did the first part, so now we have to do the second part. So chatbots to make sure that transparent tayo sa requirements. 2, we're already working. One of the portfolio that I inherited was a loan program from the World Bank called BFIRST. BFIRST is a digitalizing program that enables service delivery. So we are now working with them on coming up with a portal where our clients can start uploading their requirements, lalong-lalo sa GL, sa guarantee letters, wherein papadala na namin sa end user and pagpunta nila doon sa hospital, nandun na yung GL nag-aantay sa kanila. So it's seamless. It's they transact through our portal, we send it to the hospitals. That's one thing that we're working with. The prototype also, together with World Bank and the Indian developers that World Bank introduced to us, is already in the works, and we're looking at a 60-day to 90-day horizon for that prototype for the guarantee letters. But more importantly, we're working with COA on the assistance na cash base because malaki yung role ng COA because of the authentication process. Even if we try to digitalize things, pero yung procedures or yung audit requirements ng COA on if this person X is actually getting that amount, we'll also have to evolve with it. I took the liberty of going to see the good chairman of COA, and he's very receptive in coming up with a task force so that we can evolve the authentication procedures. That way, later on, hopefully, the vision is people transact in the portal and then we pay digitally. But again, that's a harder lift because of the authentication requirements. But to throw it in the mix, the president has also instructed us to make sure that we optimize the use of PhilSys. Kasi with the investment in PhilSys, which is also a World Bank program, may biometrics na ho yun eh. I know there are kinks in the rollout of PhilSys, but still, meron na siyang base, and we can use that as part of the authentication. So it's working with PSA, COA, and DSWD on the actual authentication so that we can do the cash disbursement digitally. But on the immediate side, we're looking at yung guarantee letter kasi mas mabilis po yun. It's a matter of them transacting in the portal, us sending it to the hospitals, and then they go to the hospitals with bypassing DSWD already. That's one thing that's in the works already. The ultimate goal, I always say nga, is people will always think that DSWD will be the last to digitalize. But Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, we would like to be the first to digitalize because of our end user profile. We're spread across 7,100 islands and people all have smartphones. Yes, there are GIDA areas, but yes, they will always find a way to use their smartphones. And hopefully we can harness that in the next coming months. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator.
Maraming salamat din, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, for the very substantive update on those efforts. Siguro, one word of caution lang. Alam ko, kasalanan ko, ako yung nagtanong tungkol sa digitalization. Pero natutunan ko po kahapon, Mr. Secretary, dun sa pagdinig ng Senate Committee on Women on our bill on maternity benefit for women in the informal economy, meron palang nagfo-fall through the cracks, even with our first past historic law of expanded maternity leave. At ngayon, humingi ng tulong lalo na yung mga women in the informal economy and informal sectors na kapag maging batas na, no, hari nawa, yung maternity benefit for women in the informal economy at i-optimize, i-maximize yung paggamit ng digitalization as the good secretary has already started in the DSWD, just for us daw to make sure both in the legislature at lalo na sa executive that none of them fall through the cracks because gaya ng nabanggit na rin ni Secretary, meron talaga mga GIDA area na maaring wala pa silang connectivity or wala pa silang those smartphones or sufficient load for sufficient funds for load. So yun lang po, just a word of caution to aid the Secretary in fully digitalizing the extension of services to the department's constituents. And lastly, on this second question, nabanggit nyo nga po, Secretary, yung accreditation of NGOs. I recall na nung unang taon at least ng pandemic, nagkaroon ng ilang concerns yung mga NGOs na gustong mag-partner sa DSWD at sa ibang government agencies natin sa ayuda at iba pang social protection sa ating mga kababayan, especially during the pandemic. I'll just check back with them kung kumusta na and then just forward any feedback, concerns or recommendations to the good secretary para magamit nila moving forward on this aspect of regulation on the part of the DSWD. So for my last question, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, DSWD is mandated to implement reintegration and rehabilitation programs for trafficked persons. Ito po yung RRPTP program ng department. So under RA number 9208 as amended. Again, the Senate Committee on Women is helping in the rescue and investigation of trafficking victims in scam hubs in Southeast Asia. Pero malungkot, yung ilan sa mga rescuees na ito nagre-report ng difficulties in accessing assistance. And this issue of human trafficking to scam hubs is evolving into a humanitarian crisis. So ano po yung ginagawa ng DSWD para i-improve ang inyong RRPRP interventions?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, perfect question because just recently we revised our guidelines on assistance in crisis situation, individuals in crisis situation, wherein we singled out that people who are victims of human trafficking should be part of this program. It's a subset already na kinikilala ng departamento. So that MC will also gladly furnish the committee as well as its members so that we can you can see the effort of the department in trying to make sure na yung mga victims natin ng human trafficking ay maka-access ng RRR for assistance so that they can reintegrate back. It's actually being mainstreamed in the department now, meaning it shouldn't be a special program, but rather it's a mainstay program because like you said, like Mr. Chairman, like the good senator said, talagang ang human trafficking is a pangit man pakinggan, a flourishing endeavor in the darker world and they are trying to take advantage of it. So kami in the department, we have to make sure that the victims that are brought back to us are reintegrated properly. So it's a mainstay in the department and it's a subset also in our assistance to crisis to individuals in crisis situation.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Secretary. The Committee on Women will continue to coordinate with your department on this concern as well. Damo nga salamat, Mr. Chair. No more questions for the good secretary. Advance congratulations and I wish you the best.
Thank you also, Senator Ontiveros. To ask questions, we now acknowledge Senator Amy Marcos and then Senator Bongo on via Zoom. Senator Amy.
Yes, thank you very much. And just a few questions, a follow-up on Senator Villar's query regarding the rice subsidy. You've been pushing for the digital food stamp programs to mitigate the effects of high food prices on low-income families. May we know very briefly what the mechanics of this would be?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, right now we are in the design stage at the moment. We're working with the World Food Program. They came to us after hearing that the department has interest in that. The program is really meant to insulate our 1 million food poor families. Based on the PSA data, we have 1 million Filipino families who are not eating right in this age. Unfortunately, we still don't have the details of the program because last mentioned, we are still crafting the design. But in broad strokes, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, we are looking at using food as a currency rather than directly giving them the cash, working with our grocers, working with our kadiwa markets, working with our MSMEs, so that it becomes a whole ecosystem of food, farm to table na pagkain. We're working with the WFP because they have digital cards that have multiple digital wallets that can be used for this. They actually ran the program in Odette. Right after the onslaught of Odette, they created community markets ran by may mga POS wherein the beneficiaries were using their digital cards to buy the food necessary. Hindi bayad, that to get the food inside the community market. So we're working in the same framework. We will gladly appraise the committees involved once the design is fixed. But what we know for a fact will be how we determine the beneficiaries. Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, alam ko lagi ang controversial is how we select the beneficiaries. And what we did right now is to consult our hunger and our poverty experts. We're going to use listahanan, but it's going to be inverted, taking the poorest families 1 million paakyat. We know that based on PSA data, there's 1 million food poor families. Kung sino sila at nasaan sila, yun ang next na challenge. So that hopefully we use listahanan, pabaliktad, getting per capita from the poorest paakyat 1 million. Then we further filter it sa FICE or yung insecurity index to figure out the characteristics pa kung pasok sila o hindi sila pasok. But again, the program is still in the design stage. We're working with the World Food Program who has vast expertise in this, as well as the World Bank who has run the program in numerous countries.
Yes, our concern was the funding, as usual, simply because we're aware that there's already an item allocated for rice subsidies, and we're hopeful this is not duplicated, and that in fact we'll be able to give our share to the World Food Program for the digital food stamps, because that may possibly be a more efficient way of distributing the food necessary.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, we will look into that. At this stage, wala pa ho kami doon sa funding side because we are yet to meet the economic team. We are set to meet them hopefully next week so that we can discuss where and what modality we will use.
The other statement that you made that was of great interest was that the Dswd would focus on disaster preparedness. And so far, we'd like to inquire about the reduction of the requirements, because as we know, it's very, very difficult in this era of climate change to prepare or even almost ridiculously manage disasters. So the whole notion of 24/7, all year long resilience and preparedness arises. So we're wondering if DSWD has moved forward on this declaration.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, yes, it's a program that we call Buong Bansa Handa. It's an all-of-nation approach that we are enlisting the private sector because they have existing capacities. With the shift of climate, we can no longer determine kung kailan ang tag-ulan, kailan ang tag-bagyo. It's very difficult for response agencies like the DSWD to be omnipresent. But that's the goal, to make sure that we're always there ahead, during, and last to leave. And there obviously for the DSWD to build facilities nationwide will entail huge amounts of resources. And that's why we came up with a program wherein we're trying to enlist the private sector through framework agreements that's allowed in the procurement law to be able to use their existing warehouses, outlets nationwide. We took the liberty of plotting all the store networks, warehouse networks of all these grocers nationwide, whether big national grocers, regional players, small grocers. And lo and behold, they have a presence in almost in every single province or every single city there is. So it's just a matter of coming up with framework agreements with them. We're in the process of procuring the whole process. So we're creating two lines, supply lines. One will be the government ran line, which is our existing network of warehouses that's either LGU ran or DSWD ran. But obviously that will not be enough. So what we are going to do is lean into the capacities of the private sector. I always believe that disaster preparedness is not just government's responsibility. In this day and age where every company is saying CSR nila is disaster preparedness, let's put them into this effort. That's why we call it buong bansa handa, because dapat lahat tayo. It's not just government's responsibility to do disaster preparedness.
Yes, I think in addition to the more comprehensive holistic approach, the other is the all the time approach, meaning to say we should move from disaster management to resiliency because that's the more cogent, newer way of approaching it, that it's an all year long preparation. So I'm glad to hear that we are enlisting the private sector's support. We have also in the food program attempted to use private trucks because their backload, for example, is usually empty. So as a result, kapag nagde-deliver sila ng pagkain o iba't ibang goods na non-food, talaga naman yung pabalik, wala naman silang dala, kaya pwede rin silang itap para dito sa ating mga effort. So, isang huling katanungan, dahil ako po yung chairman nung co-ops, yung Committee on Co-ops, at obligado ako na magtanong tungkol sa co-op. So, you are a respondent in 3 cases pending before the Ombudsman, Katayong versus Rex Gatchalian, alleging that you unlawfully interfered in the affairs of a co-op, forcibly called for the conduct of a General Assembly and elections to replace the complainant, and that you ordered the members not to pay their dues. To the extent permissible, can you enlighten the Commission as to the status of the case on the relevant facts and the circumstances surrounding the same?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, thank you. This happened in my previous life when I was a city mayor. To put it in context, in the Aquino administration, they came up with a housing program called wherein they enlisted co-ops, housing co-ops, to develop housing communities. So most of these housing communities, as we know, kapag inalis natin ng gobyerno, may mga nagiging sariling mga hari at mga reyna sa loob. So what happened there was, one of the housing committee happened to be in Valenzuela. For the longest time, we were not touching them, but it came to a point na nagkaroon na ng mga bullies or thugs sa loob ng co-op. And part of the public safety and general welfare na trabaho na mayor was for us to look into it. But let me just qualify the accusation. I did not intervene in the co-op. I did not forcibly ask for the General Assembly to take place. But rather, we signed a memorandum of agreement kasi at that time, the loan was with socialized housing. And si Shapsi was already complaining after the Aquino administration that these housing co-ops that they created, pare-pare sa nangyari everywhere. There's one in Pasig, there's one in Valenzuela na it got out of hand. Yung co-op naging hari na sila, naging landlord na sila. So ang nangyari ho doon, they wanted us to do the estate management. So we signed a estate management agreement, which was their first actually between the city government of Valenzuela, socialized housing, CDA, and DILG, wherein the LGU was brought back into the picture as a council, may HOA representation in that council to do the estate management, not to interfere with the co-op, but to make sure na may tubig, may kuryente, may drainage, it's safe. So we were just limited to estate management. So let me just put on record that DILG, CDA, the Co-op Development Authority, SHAPC were members of that estate management council that was created. It just so happened that I was the chairman, being the local chief executive. And Also for the record, and I can be fact check on this, they copied the same template to solve their other housing co-op problems. Kasi I always believe that managing a housing estate as big as what they are housing what, 2,000 units na vertical, will always require local government interference in the estate management. Not in the co-op running, but in the estate management. Ms. Katayong was probably trying to allude that the council was interfering in the co-op management, but quite the contrary. We were estate managing, and even up to this day, that estate management agreement and that council is running, and we've successfully energized the community. May tubig na rin ho sila, and the thugs are gone.
Tapos na yung kaso.
Ma'am, it's still in that fact-finding stage. It never moved. This happened when I was a second-term mayor, if I'm not mistaken. Hindi pa ho siya kaso, but rather it was a complaint that never moved.
Oh, I see. Okay. I know where you're coming from, having been a local executive before coming to the Senate. And with all apologies, I simply wanted to give you the opportunity to put all this on record. Thank you very much. That will be all.
Thank you, Madam Senator. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Representative GP Pajernos and Representative JJ Romualdo. To ask questions, Senator Mongo would like to acknowledge for some questions and manifestation.
Mr. Chair, my distinguished colleagues, pleasant day to all of you. I would like to convey my unwavering support for the ad interim appointment of my good friend and the brother of our colleague here in the Senate, Secretary Rex Ting Gatchalian, as the Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Secretary Rex, along with his families, spent most of his life in public service, having served in the government for 16 years, including his stint as Chief Executive of City of Valenzuela for 3 consecutive terms. He has proven his unconditional love and devotion to the people and to the country. Alam niya po ang problema sa baba. Bagay na bagay po siya sa trabaho bilang secretary po ng Dswd. Under his leadership, Valenzuela City has been given some of the prestigious and sought-after awards, specifically the Galing Pook Awards for the year 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2021, the Seal of Good Education Governance, and the most business-friendly, highly urbanized city and Hall of Fame Award, among others. As the Chief Executive, he was also recognized with the most outstanding local Chief Executive Award in 2018. Secretary Rex, we are honored to have you as Secretary of Dswd, and I have no doubt that you will exceed our expectations. Siguraduhin lang po natin na mabilis at tapat na serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan sa inyong pamumuno. Let us continue to serve and protect our underprivileged kababayans. And together, let us build a better country for them and the generations to come. Bilang dating mayor po, sigurado ako na alam niyo nga po yung problema sa baba. And even babanggitin ko na lang po during the term of former President Duterte, sa Dswd, he prioritized our marginalized and indigent kababayans and made sure that they are assisted through the programs of the Dswd. In 2021, the 4-piece program of the department served 4,372,124 household beneficiaries through the provision of health and education cash grants. Meanwhile, the SLP provided appropriate livelihood assistance to 200,862 households under its regular program implementation. Moreover, from March 2020 until August 2021, the agency reported that it was able to assist a total of 2,878,773 individuals through its AIX program, among others. Isa lamang po ang hinihiling ko sa inyo, Secretary Rex, huwag po natin kalimutan yung mga poor and marginalized kababayans, yung mga helpless, mga hopeless, na wala pong matakbuhan kundi tayo dito sa gobyerno. Tulungan po natin sila. Sana po may pagpatuloy natin ang magagandang nasimulan ng Duterte administration at galingan po natin ngayon sa panahon po ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Alam kong gusto niyo pong tulungan rin po yung mga kababayan nating mahirap. I know that your heart is for the poor at kaisa po ninyo ako as you fulfill the mandate of your agency. Secretary Rex, you have my full support. Basta po para sa ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahihirap. I am confident that the DSWD is in good hands. Anyway, Secretary Rex, meron lang po akong friendly questions. Gaya sinabi ni Bato hapon sa plenary. Friendly questions lang po ito. Mr. Secretary, as you know, Republic Act 11463 or the Malasakit Centers Act mandated the establishment of Malasakit Centers in DOH hospitals. The Malasakit Centers is a one-stop shop for medical and financial assistance for indigent patients. The DSWD is one of the agencies in the Malasakit Center along with DOH, PCSO, and PhilHealth. May I just know the status of deployment of DSWD personnel in Malasakit Centers, and pangalawa po itong medical assistance to poor patients through guarantee letters. How can we harmonize this with the current setup in Malasakit Center para hindi na kailangan lumabas po ng hospital yung mga pasyente o mga kamag-anak para humingi po ng separate medical assistance po sa DSWD?
Thank you very much, Senator Go. Mr. Secretary, can you please?
Mr. Chairman, before anything else, I'd like to thank the Senator Amy Marcos for giving me the chance to explain that issue on Mrs. Katayong. Thank you, Senator. Senator Bongo, thank you also for the kind words. Una po, yung sa Malasakit, we will, it's a Republic Act and the department always makes it a point to support all laws that are mandated on us to be the lead agency or the support agency. We have a full deployment of social workers and case managers in the Malasakit centers. But as mentioned to you before during our discussion, we are also in the works with trying to harmonize the details of the joint memo circular with the other agencies in the Malasakit Center. Kasi meron pa rin ho yung situation wherein, like you mentioned, families will have to go out, get social worker case intake before they can go back. So we're trying to streamline that by making sure that the JMC that we're currently working on with your office is streamlined na one-stop shop talaga siya, na hindi na ho siya lalabas. But moving forward, katulad nung nasabi ko ho kanina, yung digitalization plan natin is to see to it na dapat pagpasok nung pasyente sa loob ng hospital, and this applies to our guarantee letters po, and hopefully later on the DOH can also probably adopt the same platform. Dapat end-to-end na ho siya. They upload things in the portal or they go to Malasakit Center and the guarantee letter is actually printed there. Hindi na ho kailangan nababalik pa sa amin para kunin yung guarantee letter. In the Malasakit Centers, nangyayari na ho yan eh. But in the other areas na walang Malasakit Center, what happens is they go pa to the department, get the guarantee letter, go to the hospital. So Mr. Senator, you have our assurance that we will make sure to work with your office, because you're the primary author of it, in streamlining the JMC, the Joint Memo Circular, kasi there are provisions there that we can further streamline so that yung mga tao hindi na ho siya pabalik-balik social worker, punta sa Malasakit Center, but rather everything should be processed inside the Malasakit Center the way you envisioned it.
Senator Go.
Maraming salamat, Secretary Rex. Malaking bagay po yun, no? Na alam nyo, yung pamasahe, malaking bagay po yun sa mga mahirap nating mga kababayan. Makakatipid po sila sa pamasahe, panahon po na hindi na sila kailangan pang pabalik-balik. Tulungan po natin sila. Ito po yung sinabi ko na ito po yung mga mahirap. Sila po yung pumupunta sa mga government hospital po, Secretary Rex. Anyway, another friendly question lang po. Previously, during the 18th Congress, I previously advocated for the Balik Probinsya program to decongest sa Metro Manila. Panahon po ng pandemya, marami pong nadala, gusto umuwi ng probinsya. Anyway, ngayon, pabalik naman po sila ng Maynila. Dito po yung trabaho nila. Mas gusto na nilang balik Maynila na kaysa balik probinsya. Pero meron pa rin pong iilan na gusto pong mamuhay na lang po sa kanilang mga probinsya. I previously advocated for the Balik Probinsya program to decongest Metro Manila and ensure balanced regional development. In line with this, former President Rodrigo Duterte issued Executive Order 114 institutionalizing the program. One of the implementing agencies of this program is the DSWD. In fact, meron rin po kaming resolution sa Senado supporting the Balik Probinsya program nga po dahil talagang maraming gustong umuwi. Iba naman po yung balik probinsya, iba rin po yung mga binyahe po, no? Pinasakay ng bus na makauwi lang po sa kanilang mga probinsya. Gusto natin silang tulungan makauwi ng probinsya, ang mga gustong makauwi at masiguro mayroon silang puhunan at kabuhayan na naghihintay po sa kanila doon, may livelihood po sila at meron po silang pag-uumpisahan po ng bagong buhay sa probinsya. Meron pong iilan po na nag-apply po sa inyo at part po ang ating DSW noon, no, sa programang ito. Is the DSW still implementing this program? Do you have a budget for this? And will this still continue in 2024, Secretary?
Secretary Gatchalian.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bongo, thank you for that question. Tama ho. It's a mainstay in the program. It's under the Kalahi program na entry sa GAA natin. It's BP2 as you envisioned it. Yun yung tawag ho sa kanya, Balik Probinsya 2. It's there and we are going to use it as mentioned a while ago, lalong-lalo na for our families in street situation, yung tinanong ni Senator Villar kanina, among many recipients of it. The whole program we've retooled para mas mapalakas pa ho siya, wherein yung care nila dito sa Metro Manila kasi pagka nakaabot ho tayo ng mga families in street situation or yung mga ibang nawalan ng trabaho, biglang na kick out sa kanilang mga apartment, we are now currently waiting for an EO to come out wherein yung care nila, the interim care in Metro Manila from transition housing ay kasama na sa BP2. And then hopefully, ang exit nila, hindi man hopefully, but ang exit nila dapat, ang turnaround 4 days, no more than 2 weeks, maibalik na namin sila sa kanilang original provinces pag gusto nila umuwi. And working with the local government unit there on the subsidy para sa economic enterprise nila pagbalik ho doon. Also, lalong-lalo na para sa mga pamilya natin in street situation, ito ho yung mga nawalan ng trabaho tapos nakatira na sa lansangan, sisiguraduhin din natin sila that we're working with PSA on making sure na meron silang identification or through the department para matrack down rin namin yung progress ho nila. We're databasing them already as we reach out to them. So sa madaling salita, Senator, yes, it's still in our program. Yes, we want to continue implementing it and strengthen it. And next year, in the budget season, you will be able to see another entry for it. Kasi we believe in the program and we want to strengthen the program, lalong-lalo na for our families in street situation na nawalan ng trabaho or may shock sa pamilya that they have to go end up in the streets.
Salamat po. Wala naman pong pilitan, pero yung mga gustong bumalik na po ng probinsya, tulungan natin sila mamuhay, makapagsimula muli dun sa probinsya. Ito po yung Balik Probinsya program. Iba naman po yung hatid tulong. Yun yung mas maraming nakauwi na po ng probinsya ng panahon ng pandemya, hinatid sa kanilang mga probinsya through the executive, no? At karamihan nga po rito sa kanila ay bumalik na po ng Maynila. So maraming salamat po sa mga programa, Secretary Rex, na makakatulong po sa mga mahirap nating kababayan. Nandito lang po ako to support you basta para po sa mga kababayan nating mahirap. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Bongo. We now recognize Senator J.V. Ercito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, Secretary Rex was also a colleague in the House of Representatives, and I had a very good relationship with, of course, the older brother, of course, is a colleague. And yung masasabi ko lang, Mr. Chair, that in San Juan, during the time that Sen Win just became, I was a term ahead, tinanong niya kung ano yung pwedeng gawin. That time, he didn't have an idea. So sinabi ko naman. But what amazes me is that every time, these two brothers really improve everything. Mas lalo pa nilang ginalingan. And you can see how Valenzuela has improved immensely under then Mayor Sherwin, but more so under Mayor Rex Gatchalian. And he's really a true public servant. Ang gusto niya, pareho po tayo. Gusto natin to uplift the living conditions of our people. Hindi lang yung mga kung ano-ano mga proyekto. Siguro katanungan ko lang kasi magaling naman si Senator Sherwin pero parang mas magaling si Secretary Rex. Tanong ko lang sa iyo, do you think that the younger siblings are usually the improved version of their older siblings?
Mr. Chairman, before I answer that, thank you to Senator Bongo and thank you, Senator JV, for the kind words. Sa aplikasyon ho sa Gatchalian family, I can say that with an absolute yes. Wala naman ho siya dito, so hindi rin siya membro ng Commission on Appointments, so palagay ko hindi niya ako pwedeng guluhin. And it's not till Sunday bago ko siya makita. But kidding aside, building on the gains is always easier. And I have to admit, when I was a city mayor, it was easy for me to build on the gains that he already created. Mas madali ho yung upgrading rather than starting from scratch. And I've seen how during your term and his term as mayors, you were both competitively competing, San Juan and Valenzuela, and trying to get as many accolades for your city because it's a sign of good governance. And I have to admit, I built on the gains that when I took the reins of Valenzuela, so to speak, nandun na ho yung bones eh. I just had to upgrade it. And it was an easier task for me than when he had to literally do things from zero, so to speak, sa Valenzuela. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator.
And
Yes,
before I
Senator
end, I strongly support Secretary Rex Gatchalian because Mr. Chair, right now Valenzuela is the yardstick, no? Halos lahat ng LGU ay pinupuntahan ang Valenzuela on what they have done, no? Dati po San Juan pero ngayon Valenzuela na, 'di ba? So pinasa na po namin. But that only goes to show how they have governed the city very well. And siguro just to add, yung po kasi bihira po, Mr. Chair, yung mahilig sa history. And I would like to commend Secretary Rex for giving importance to our heroes, in particular si Pio Valenzuela. Pinaayos din niya yung mga monumento, pinaayos din niya yung mga bahay. Doon sa amin po, niligpit ng po si Bonifacio noon, niligpit din po si Bonifacio yung monumento sa amin. But now I recommend Secretary Rex, hindi lang puro sa governance, yung mga innovative programs like rental housing and the housing that they are doing right now, and the giving due importance to our history. So I strongly support Secretary Rex for the SWD.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, if I can
Yes,
just clarify pala. Mr. Chair, good Senator, when you ask kung yung younger version is better than the older version sa family namin, it ends with me ho It doesn't follow yung nakaupo ngayon is better than me. I just have to clarify that kasi baka yung nasa City Hall ho ngayon iba yung maisip. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for the kind words.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Representative Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, few follow-up questions on the 1 million food poor families mentioned during the questioning of Senator Aimee. Secretary, this 1 million food poor families, as reported by the Philippine Statistics Authority, do you believe that figure?
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Marcoleta, yes, because there's another parallel figure. Yung SWS runs that quarterly hunger experiential survey. And if you look at the percentages nila, it comes very close, give or take. I'd like to think na merong rhyme or rhythm doon sa 1 million, give or take na numero, because there are two agencies now. Yung isa experiential lang nga. When I last looked at it, it was at 11, pero recently it went down to 9, if I'm not mistaken, yung kaka-publish lang. So if you run it against the base natin, it would come out to close to that, if I'm not mistaken.
I ask you that question because if we assume that there are 5 members in one family, that means about 1/2 of this population are food poor, which I think is not acceptable to most of us. Anyway, if that is true, that figure is true, I think I would suggest that you should consult with the president of mainland China, because Xi Jinping is now basking in the glory of having wiped out poverty in his country, about 700 million people in 30 years, which means that every year Xi Jinping was able to graduate 23 million Chinese out of poverty. So if there are 1 million Filipinos who are food poor, maybe in 2 years you will be able to wipe out that. Not in 30 years like Xi Jinping. So it's a big challenge, Mr. Secretary. Anyway, I'm talking about food poor Filipinos. But in your previous life, as you have already admitted, you were congressman, you were mayor of Valenzuela City, but you were girlfriend poor. What about in your present life? Are you still without girlfriend?
Ano yan, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Congressman, sometimes you don't have to publish things. There are things you'd rather keep to yourself because that just how do I put it, distracts people from the real story, which is the story of Valenzuela at that time. The story was about the city, it wasn't about me, it wasn't about the individual running the city. Pero bubulong ko na lang ho, Mr. Chairman, yung mga ibang kwento kasi nakakwento ko naman kay Congressman Marcoleta from time to time the details pagka nagkakausap ho kami.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Congressman
public
Marcoleta.
office is a public trust. Siyempre, kinakailangan lahat are transacted with transparency and accountability.
Mr. Chairman, I would...
Ganitong aspeto, Mr. Chair, parang gusto ko sabihin, mas magaling si Senator Sherwin. Thank
Will
you,
you
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Salamat po.
Thank you, Representative Marcoleta. Chairman Gico?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions but only manifest of support. So I convey my full support to the confirmation of Secretary Rex Lonting Gatchalian as our new Secretary for Social Welfare and Development. He is a true civil servant par excellence who was held key position in the government, thereby cementing his worth as our new Secretary for Social Welfare and Development. Secretary Gatchalian is keen to deliver the government's promise of protecting the social welfare rights of Filipinos and to further the cause of social development. His education, combined with his practical experience in both the public and private sectors, will be integral to the fulfillment of the mandates of the Dswd. All things considered, I manifest my support to the committee's approval for the confirmation of the appointment of Mr. Rex Lonting Gatchalian as Secretary of Social Welfare and Development.
Thank you, Chairman Gico. Before we proceed to some questions, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Loren Ligarda.
And at the proper time, Mr. Chair, may I just manifest my support, but also have some questions based on the institution, of course, not on a person, because I have full support for Secretary Gatchalian. Thank you.
Noted, Honorable Senator. Congressman Pimentel, then Congressman Zagarbaria, Congressman Revilla, and Congressman Pajernos in that order. Then we will proceed with Senator Binay and Senator Ligarda.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator,
Chair.
Congressman Pimentel.
As agreed, I have no questions, but rather I would like to manifest my support to Secretary Rex. I was going over his profile and I was very much impressed of his record. In fact, he graduated in George Washington cum laude, and that is a very big accomplishment. He has had several stints. He has served many years in public service. He was a representative in the 14th, 15th, and 19th Congress. He even served as a member of the Commission on Appointments. Likewise, he served 3 terms as mayor of Valenzuela City, wherein he reaped so many awards. So there's no question Secretary Rex is very much capable to head DSWD. However, as what has been mentioned by Congressman Marcoleta, I was able to see one anecdote in the profile that he is still an eligible bachelor. I believe, the most eligible bachelor in Metro Manila. I'm just curious because according to the report, his type of girl chair, we all know that Secretary Rex is a very, very successful individual. But there is a saying that success is nothing without someone you love to share it with. Kaya Mr. Chair, ako ay magdadasal na sana sa susunod ng panahon ay matagpuan din ni Secretary Rex ang tunay na pag-ibig na makapiling niya sa kanyang mga tagumpay. I give my 1,000% support to Secretary Rex.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Congressman Pimentel. Do you want to react on that?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank Congressman Pimentel, and I will sana ho ipagdasal niyo at naniniwala ako na yung malapit kayo sa Diyos, so yung pinagdasal niyo sigurado ko mangyayari yan. I look forward to that. Maraming salamat, Congressman.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to
Yes.
add that's why Johnny Pimentel is very successful. There's a lot of people who loves him very much.
And also praise for him. We now recognize Congressman Sagarbaria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no questions also. I just would like to express my full and unwavering support to the confirmation of Rex Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. On a personal note, Secretary Rex and I come from one family, the National People's Coalition. We're together there for the longest time. I have known him to be a hardworking, intelligent, and dedicated public servant. His first-hand experience in catering to the needs of his constituents back then when he was a local chief executive, and his background in working in the legislative branch are the very qualities that make him perfect fit for the post. Mr. Chair, my colleagues, I would like to say that the Secretary has my vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Sagarbaria. Congressperson Revilla.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just a short manifestation. Secretary Rex has my full support. When I was a new mayor in the city of Bacoor, we benchmarked and brought my department heads to Valenzuela City. And most of the changes that I did when I was mayor is pegged from Valenzuela City. From Disciplina Village, your in-city relocation, your project for informal settler families, your storage and warehouse for relief goods, your mobile soup kitchen trucks, your business one-stop shop. All these were replicated in our city when I was mayor. And not to mention that Valenzuela City is a Galing Pook awardee. You have my full support, Secretary Rex. Thank you very much for helping our kababayans in the province of Cavite and my city, the city of Bacoor. And looking forward to more projects with you, Secretary. You have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Revilla. Congressman Pajernos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, to the Honorable Secretary, and everyone present here. I would like to make a short manifestation for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of the Honorable Rex Gatchalian as Secretary of Department of Social Welfare and Development. The Honorable Secretary has already dedicated 16 years of his life serving his constituents in Valenzuela City, and city has received many distinctions. Kamukha po ng mga naririnig natin sa mga kasama natin dito. He was also once a member of this commission back in 2010 to 2013 and continues to hold the title of being the youngest member for the commission at the age of 31. Magaling talaga si Secretary. He's competent, decisive, dedicated, and I'm positive that he will successfully fulfill his responsibilities just as he had done within the city of Valenzuela. Thus, it is with great honor that I manifest my support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Honorable Rex Gatchalian as DSWD Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Representative Pajernos. We now recognize Senator Lauren Legarda.
Mr. Chair, I know Secretary Rex very, very well. In fact, in one national campaign, he stood as my spokesperson, and I'm very grateful. Rex is, as I call him, it's like a younger brother. He knows the grassroots, being a local chief executive. He is able to communicate this very clearly, and he seems to have a very logical, organized mind, if I'm not mistaken. Also, his focus on his job is unwavering. He's organized, he is focused, he's able to communicate it. At the same time, he has compassion for the people, being mayor of and congressman of Valenzuela, a neighboring city to Malabon City, which was not yet a city at the time when I was born. So what's neighbors in Filipino? Magkapit bahay kami nung wala pa ang Valenzuela at nasa Bulacan pa sila. Doon ako lumaki sa lugar ng north ng Metro Manila. And he's also a friend of my father who's 90 years old. He and Sherwin, for some reason, I don't know, kainuman or maybe si Sherwin ang kainuman. But more than that, he is fiercely loyal as a friend. And ever since he became my spokesperson in a national election, he was very dedicated, very loyal, worked very hard for zero compensation from me. I am not certain whether someone compensated him for his efforts for me for several months, but I did not pay anything. In fact, ako pa yata ang tumitira sa hotel nila ng libre. I am very grateful to Secrex. And even if he did not need to see every senator or me even as a member of the Commission on Appointments, he even sought for an appointment. Sabi ko, wag na, hindi na kailangan. That goes without saying. So with that kind of accomplishment, he's also humble. It's difficult to find that kind of a combination. But I can see that Secrex, can also be a disciplinarian and forceful. And that's important because, as I will probably reveal now, I almost became the head of this agency, almost, in the previous administration. But I decided to be representative of Antique. But I will not focus on that. So having said that, and having read the very thick 99.9% or 100% favorable investigation and profile report, may I just ask basic questions, which I asked the DSWD at the time I was possibly considering to head it many years ago in the previous administration. I would just like to ask Secretary Gatchalian some of the issues pending then, if they are still issues now. Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
And I ask this not to put him in a difficult situation, but so that we could help him in his assumption into office. So, Rex, just to be very, very clear, I am 200% certain you will do an amazing job in DSWD, which is a very difficult job, perhaps one of the most difficult positions in the executive department. And just before you walk into the gates of the Senate, you see informal settlers here. Natatanaw natin sa bintana natin. You see them living on the streets, eating by the roadside. So perhaps, I know it was asked earlier by Senator Villar, what do we do with people living on the streets, living under bridges, eating by the roadsides in a 38 degrees Celsius temperature? How many informal settler families do we have in Metro Manila alone? And what more the other urban areas of the country? If you have the figures, and what are the plans? I know that you mentioned earlier that you have the Pag-abot office. Yes, is this a new innovation of a DSWD? I hope these are not merely centers, infrastructure we'll build, and then we put them there, then they're forgotten. So is there any solution? Because panahon pa ni Secretary Soliman, yun na ang tinatanong. And it seems like despite the sincere efforts of every DSWD secretary, the issue of people living in the streets is never solved. So may I know, do we have any innovative, creative approach that is possible within our tenure to solve this problem?
Okay, Mr. Secretary, can you please?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, thank you again for the kind words. Yes, ma'am. First of all, I take it as a challenge to make sure that we reach out to our families in street situation. They should be part of the social protection program of DSWD. No family should be living, or no individual should be living in the streets. That's off the get-go. Two, for the longest time, it has always been part of somebody else's job in DSWD. Meaning, may listahan ka ng mga gagawin mo, kasama lang yon sa mga gagawin mo. But this time, what's going to be different is we capsulated it into a standalone program called Pag-abot. It's one of the main thrusts that we're going to do, not just for Metro Manila, but for other metro cities suffering the same fate. So what we've done so far, what's innovative about it is, one, we took it out of line operating departments. It shouldn't be one of many things you do, but it should just be the only thing you do. So now there's a team that is working on it. And this is something I learned in Valenzuela. We are proud in Valenzuela that you might see one or two street dweller, pero pagbalik mo after lunch, wala na doon. So we plotted the major arteries of Metro Manila, working with the city mayors. We've met them, all 17, showed them the routes where we've census where these families in street situation are. So we got the concurrence, na tama, we're looking at the right streets. And two, it will be a operation round the clock. Meaning there will be 3 shifts of operating coasters and vehicles reaching out to these families. So meaning first pass, first rush hour, we reach out to them. We come back lunchtime kung bumalik sila doon, or if they refuse to join the first pass, we will make sure that we bring them back on the second one. And then last pass will be evening rush hour. It has to be round the clock. Why?
We put them.
Ma'am, I'll get to Chairman, Madam Senator, I'll just have to go through the process of it because, as mentioned, I like doing things in phases. So it's more of, one, there are 2 types of these families in street situation. One, they are wanting to go home to the province, nawala ng trabaho sa Maynila, napunta sa Lansangan. Or 2, nandito sila. They're from Metro Manila and they've turned begging in the streets as a habit or a source of income. So what do we do with them? So we pick them up. Pag taga-probinsya sila, we will now use yung BP2, which is a line item in part of our budget. It's a line item in the GAA. The line item calls for, and we're amending the mandate through an EO, to make sure that we put them in transition housing first. Kasi we want to bring them back to their provinces. But when we do bring them back to their provinces, dapat may economic enterprise na kasama. So working with the LGUs there, we will give their LGUs the mandate through the cash grants that we'll give to monitor our families that we brought back to the provinces. That's the first track. The second track will be families na nandito naman sa Metro Manila nakatira, pero lumalabas lang para magbeg or para lang kumita. And sometimes it's even syndicated. So what we'll do with them will be to break the culture that has happened over years. One thing I learned with a city mayor, pag binalik-balikan mo sila and you disrupt their means of what they think is a legitimate means of livelihood, then they'll be forced to abandon that. Kasi maya't maya, binabalikan mo sila. If they're begging in street A, then we go back to them, reach out to them, then they manaantala sila eh. And we bring them back to their homes and do a case study profile on them. There are numerous interventions that we can do. Enroll them to the 4-piece program kasi they should be there. Initially, there was a cash provision in the department for modified cash transfers. Ito yung binibigay for families in street situation. So ang important is we provide them the necessary inputs. Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, I have to admit there won't be a perfect solution. But the important thing that I can promise you is we take it as a challenge and we will keep at it until we find the long-term solution. So track A is to bring them back to the province. Track B is to monitor them if they're from Metro Manila. Now, what are there's so much balance to be made between rights, yung karapatan nila, because obviously that always becomes an issue kung nalalapastangan namin yung karapatan nila. So off the get-go, what are new inputs that we put? One, our social workers will be the one engaging them, not the policemen. not the law enforcement agencies, but our social workers. We've enlisted and in the process of hiring more social workers for this standalone program. 2, they will be wearing body cameras to make sure na talagang namomonitor namin yung engagement nila. 3, we went to the Commission on Human Rights and we spoke to the chairman and we gave them the schedule. So they can hop on anytime to monitor our efforts to make sure that what we are doing is not violative of anybody's rights. Kasi palagay ko doon na naman kami papunta. Sasabihin nila na lapastangan yung kanilang karapatan. So that's the other innovation. Now, where do we put them? Like I mentioned, pag uwi namin sa probinsya, the goal is 14 days dapat wala na sa Metro Manila. Transition housing. Where are these transition housing? Some of them are existing care facilities that we have in Metro Manila, but obviously it won't be enough. So we're now working with the other line agencies to borrow their isolation units. Total transition housing lang naman to. Then we bring them back to the province. If they're individuals, like children na wala na magulang, obviously they will have to stay with us in our care facilities. If they're from Metro Manila and they are just making a living out of begging, then interventions, like I mentioned, as enrolling them to the 4Ps, conditional cash transfers, or sustainable livelihood grants will have to be given. And caseworkers, that's why we're hiring more social workers, will have to keep on monitoring them, obviously working with the CSWDs or the City Social Welfare and Development Offices of Metro Manila. Doing it at our own won't be enough, but working with the LGUs is another initiative that we're taking into the picture. So there you go, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for your very innovative and lengthy, comprehensive answer, which I hope we can support also through resources. How many families are we speaking of insofar as NCR is concerned?
Madam, right now, unfortunately,
Estimate.
we don't have that estimate. I'll be candid about it. Because what we're doing is when we agreed with the Metro Manila mayors that we will do a pilot here in Pasay. In Pasay, I can answer you that. In Pasay, there's around 200 plus, 258 families in Pasay alone. And we've already managed to reach out to half of those figures. Nasa amin na sila or naiuwi na namin sila sa probinsya. But it's a moving target, ma'am. Meaning, pag tinanggal namin sila, maaring may bagong umusbong. Talking about the community right across the Senate, they're not from the provinces. In fact, they are a small cluster of informal settlers who've set up shop right across the Senate. And the plan there is to work with Dswd in providing them housing somehow. Ma'am, hindi ho sila galing sa probinsya. Hindi ho sila galing sa probinsya. Mga residente sila ng Pasay. And they've set up an informal community right across the Senate. Yes. Initially, we thought some of them are from the province. Yun nakukuha namin. But from our census, we found out that there's a community there outside your gate already. And our goal is to make sure to engage them personally, if I have to, because that's what mayors like to do. And it's part of development work, trying to understand what their needs are and trying to understand what they're looking for. But Dswd will have to come into the picture with that community.
Para maliwanag, kaninong responsibilidad ba, dating mayor ka ng Valenzuela, ang pagkalinga, paghanap ng tahanan, pagkain, trabaho sa mga informal settlers, iba pa yon, at saka street or roadside dwellers? Is it really DSWD? Because I received a different answer from a previous DSWD secretary. Ang sagot sa akin nun, it's the LGU. So I'd like to know, is it the local government? Is it the DSWD or both? And what aspect of caring for the homeless, whether as informal settlers or roadside dwellers, where does the job of the national government start and end, and where does the LGU responsibility begin? Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, social welfare is devolved as a function. But as a former city mayor, I understand that our LGUs are straddled with so many things to do with so little resources. The current 2 years, they will see a diminishing of their their take in the national taxes, their NTAs, because these are the COVID year collections. So even if it's devolved, but it's just physically impossible for them to fulfill that mandate already. That's why the policy direction of DSWD now is to provide the logistic support for them. When I met the 17 mayors of Metro Manila, the bigger LGU said we already have programs, and rightfully so. Cities like Quezon City, Valenzuela, they have existing reach out programs. So what we intend to do with them is complement it. It's going to be a side-by-side effort. But on the flip side, for the smaller LGUs who just simply don't have resources, hindi sa ayaw nila gawin, kundi wala na silang resources, that they've given us consent that they will work with us, but we take the lead in the initiative. Ma'am, obviously, if it's pagbalik sa probinsya, that's all our responsibility. We've taken it upon ourselves kasi mahirap po yung nagtuturo eh. I wasn't brought here, Mr. Chairman, to point fingers and say, trabaho nila yon. Ang policy direction namin, if hindi kaya ng LGU sa dami nilang ginagawa, and I understand that, I've been in the trenches, kami na ho gagawa. Tulungan nyo lang kami because you know your terrain very well. That's why the first touch base with the LGU was to show them the maps. We plotted the maps where we see the families in street situation, and we told them, tama ba itong mga mapa na to? And some of them edited the maps and said, marami pa dito, dito. So that's collaborative work already. Bigger LGUs will want to do it on their own, so we will just have to monitor them, work with them side by side. Smaller LGUs who don't have the resources, we will have to take the initiative. Pero ma'am, like I said, pag taga Maynila yan, the case management, they will have to help us with because those are their constituents. We agreed with them that we will provide the interventions, like enrolling them in 4Ps, conditional cash transfers, sustainable livelihood programs. But the monitoring, dapat tulungan nila kami. And they all agreed to do that, at least in Metro Manila. Because like I said, mas kabisado nila yung kanilang mga mamamayan, mas kabisado nila yung kanilang mga lugar.
I'm glad you mentioned about monitoring. I would now mention a bill which will soon become a law, which may be relevant and can be utilized by DSWD. I'm referring to the Cultural Mapping Bill. Of course, this will map and make a database and inventory of our cultural heritage, but the system and the science of cultural mapping can actually be adopted by DSWD as well to map the residents in a specific city or municipality and or province. Perhaps together with the LGU, let's say Pasay, for example, the DSWD, as you said, the local governments would know sinong kapitan dyan sa barangay na ito, sino ang may bahay, sino ang walang bahay, sino ang nakatira sa ilalim ng tulay. Alam ng mga mayor, ng mga kapitan, ng mga head ng sityo at ng purok. So to be able, because how can we help people we don't know exist, right? How can we help families we don't know where they are, their location? So would the DSWD or will it be the LGU who will do this mapping database of families living in vulnerable populations?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, actually one of the innovations that we're planning to use is digitalizing it. When we reach out to a family, the concept is we bring them to our care center, we do the intake with the social worker, we provide them the necessary ID complete with biometrics so that we can track down, because these are individuals who pretty much don't have identification. And getting a PhilSys ID will be difficult because wala nga sila hong mga birth certificate, wala silang mga marriage contract. So we'll just have to provide them a DSWD ID but complete with biometrics to make sure na in the event the cycle continues, then we know that the intervention for that family is not enough or not correct. But again, going back, the LGUs will have to co-manage the database with us. We cannot do it on our own in the sense of monitoring kasi the LGUs, like I said, will know their people better. I actually, ma'am, had a chance to, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, a chance to talk to a couple of street children. They were being managed by a group, an NGO group. The name just skips my mind now. And they brought them to the department for me to hear their experiences on the street. What they're actually saying is, gusto naman nila ng identification pero hindi nila alam paano at paanong gagawin. And they said nga, they've been mobile, moving from this LGU to another. So the bottom line there, you're correct. Mapping them and providing them the identification so that we know if they do move from one place to another, kung reach out ulit sila, sino sila, ano ang problema nila.
Mr. Chair.
Just wanted to make sure, Mrs. Secretary, that under our universal health care, that the informal sector families who you said, of course, cannot be identified and have no IDs, can just walk in, point of care, in any clinic or hospital that's government owned and receive care. In your understanding of our universal health care law, and because there was a year before the law was enacted that we provided an X amount, I can't recall now, in the GAA as an amendment to cover the informal sector families living in the streets. Are they covered by the universal health care? And can any government hospital, heart center, kidney center, Philippine Children's Medical Center, all our hospitals which are run and owned by government receive any of these families living under bridges and by roadsides and caritons?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, I would defer to the author of the Universal Healthcare, Senator JV, on this. But from my understanding, any single Filipino is covered, no matter if street dweller ka, situation family ka, or nakatira ka sa tahanan. But the important part there is they fell into the crack, nahulog na nga ho sila, and by reaching out, the concept there is bringing them back to the fold into the system. And we will take it as a valid input to make sure that when we do give them the identification, that we work with PhilHealth to ensure that they get the necessary coverage.
Because it is envisioned under the universal health care, and I think the sponsor, Senator Ejercito, is here, that every Filipino should be covered. But on the ground and in reality, we know it does not happen. So that's a concern I share with you, and we would like to help you in first identifying them, because how can we help? As I said, someone or families we don't know exist. Second, to be able to map them at the shortest possible time so that they can be helped, because how can we even give them 4P assistance and make them a member if we don't know where they are, or if they're nomadic, right, in different parts of Metro Manila? Which brings me to my next query, if I may, Mr. Secretary. You mentioned about the 4Ps. May I be enlightened on the Sustainable Livelihood Program, which I love to see implemented. I have amendments sometimes in the GAA for 4P families, because I believe just giving a cash out, a dole out, it's fine, they're happy with that. But giving them the capital and the sustenance for a small enterprise is perhaps even better. Is the SLP, so that it's clarified, because different people have different answers to this, is a Sustainable Livelihood Program under the DSWD an exclusive program for 4P family beneficiaries, or is it a program which just includes 4Ps but may be granted to non-4P families? Just so that it's clarified,
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, number one, let me just off the get-go say we love the SLP program. We've already made recent amendments to the guidelines, the operating guidelines, to really make it sustainable. Noon kasi yung SLP, pagbigay ng cash, tapos na. So what we did was to revamp it recently with a guideline that's been approved by our ExCom, wherein it's sustaining, meaning you get cash input at the start, then we look at your sustainability index, performance index. What are those? Kumikita ka na ba? May net income ka na ba? Kahit na maliit. Nag-formalize ka na ba? Meaning naging co-op ka ba o nagparehistro ka sa SEC on your second year? And your community engagement. Nakapag-hire ka na ba ng tao kahit na isang katulong na dagdag? Now, if you succeed in those, the new guidelines will tell you na dapat sa year 3, we will give another cash input. And then on your year 5, after monitoring you again, we'll give you another cash input. There's a PID study that said our SLP is good, but yung initial na isang bigay lang na 15,000 is not going to make it sustainable. That's why operationalizing it, it's now a 5-year program called CBOL, because we want to look at it like a plant, na pag tinanim mo sa year 1, at didiligan mo siya over the years until lumaki siya. So now it's a 5-year program with multiple cash inputs or capital inputs for those beneficiaries to make sure na talagang they're growing with the program. Number 2, from my understanding, the last GAA, I was told at least, there was supposed to be an increase in the SLP budget to cover for our graduating 4Ps beneficiaries. Kasi when they graduate, there's another PID study that says the SLP should be the crutches among many things to prevent them from slipping back to poverty. Kasi once they graduate from 4Ps, they're now called near non-poor, pero nandun sila sa near poor na line. That's around families making 15,000 supposedly to 18,000. We saw in COVID that one shock, a death in the family, a lockdown or a natural disaster will slip them back to poverty. So nanegate lang lahat ng effort natin in the 4-piece investment. So that's why PEDS was, in fact, it was PEDS was saying there has to be a sustainable investment in SLP as crutches for those 4-piece beneficiaries who are graduating. Like in this case, this year, we're about to graduate 700,000 4-piece families this August. But unfortunately, from my understanding also, na bumalik lang yung 4-piece, yung SLP sa original budget niya, pero yung special provision or yung general provision sa ilalim to prioritize 4-piece beneficiaries na iwan. So we're now sharing from the same pie, but it's now for prioritizing 4-piece and at the same time others. Let me point out, Mr. Chairman, that there are multiple studies by ADB that says our near poor are also poor. And we're failing to take care of them. Ito yung mga minimum wage earners na isang shock lang, balik ka agad sila sa poverty. So now we're about to share 6 billion, if I'm not mistaken, for our 4-piece graduates as well as our near poor. So ang nangyari is it's a matter of prioritizing, and we wish we had more to give out of those SLP grants. So right now the ExCom has approved that we're going to use 60% of that budget for 4-piece graduates or beneficiaries, with the 40% going naman for the near poor or the non-poor as they call them. Pero in our eyes, they are very susceptible. A simple natural disaster like what we saw in Odette would bring them back to poverty.
Okay.
Have we
Before the good senator will continue asking questions, may we just remind members of the committee that we still have an 11 o'clock hearing for the AFP. So may we
Thank
request
you
the good
for your
secretary if we can.
Yeah, thank you. I'm winding
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, ma'am.
The SLP, I know it's never enough for the 4P. So it's clarified now that it's not just for SLPs, but also those who are graduating from the 4P program, right?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The 4-piece will be prioritized. The word there in the general provision was prioritized. So we operationalize it by putting 60% of the budget to 4-piece beneficiaries and the other ones to non-4-piece but also poor, classified as poor. Because ma'am, meron rin tayong mga poor na hindi kasama sa 4-piece. Those that don't meet the conditionalities, walang anak. So we have to also look after them.
I take note of the time limitations, and we could just talk about this with the intent of helping you become very, very successful. Because when you become successful as DSWD secretary, that means we've been able to put people off the streets and give them better lives. So just a last question. In my last year, in my third term, upon the initiative of Senator Binay, I think it's Nancy here, we were able to put an amendment in the GAA on the DSWD centers nationwide, which have not been improved in any manner, shape, or form for decades. And DSWD was very elated, to put it very mildly, that there was such an amendment. We would be happy to receive, not now, in our office, the output of that amendment where centers na mga walang kama, na mga tumutulo, walang ilaw, natutulog ang mga matatanda sa lapag, conditions that we cannot imagine. So all of these were supposedly addressed with the amendments that we placed, I think 2018 or 19, just before the pandemic. And I hope that all of these were already fulfilled, meaning implemented, and it's been helped. But I know that there are centers which are still needing improvements.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, first of all, we're very thankful for that amendment. I think it's a 1.3 billion expenditure, if I'm not mistaken.
But baka sabay kam na
1.2 billion, yes. 1.3, 1.2.
Okay.
It's direct download to the regional offices, meant to really uplift our care facilities to level 3, which is the highest type, hopefully, or one notch higher. They're now in the process of procurement nationwide. we will send a copy of the report to the committee as well as your office on the stage, but at the moment they're being procured as we speak, all of them.
Not yet implemented.
Ma'am, we just
It's
got the
5 years. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, we brought it this year in this year's GAA. The 1.2 came in only this year, and it's been
Talk to you
Yeah.
just in the GAA of 2018.
Um,
Before pandemic, 2018 or 19.
well, ma'am, let me look in.
Another amendment because there was an amendment pre-pandemic. That's why I wanted to know DSWD at the time. Your predecessor, I forget the name, did not give me a report, and then the pandemic happened.
Miss
2018, right? Oh, alam ni Attorney Doblon. Oo, iba pa siguro yan. So dagdag pa yan.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, we will look into the 2 billion appropriation in 2018. But one thing I can answer you is the 1.2 billion appropriation for this year. What I can answer you is the 1.2 appropriation for this year that's already being procured by the regional offices.
If it was 2018 or 19, then it would have reverted to Treasury if the DSW did not utilize it. So I'm getting the details. LBRM of the Senate would be able to tell you so that we can ask DSWD for a report of that pre-pandemic allocation for their centers nationwide. It was Senator Binay who in a hearing also brought it up, and I included that in the GAA of that year. Yes. Iba pa yung 1.2 na ating binigay ngayon pangdagdag doon. Anyway, I will not belabor the point now, but I'm glad that your USECs are here to be able to find out where did the money go. That was before your term, who was a secretary that time in 2019 and 20. Okay. So having, there's so much more I'd like to discuss, but I'm grateful to the good secretary, and we see you working very hard, and we are here to support you. So congratulations in advance, Secretary Rex, and you're the right man, the right person for the job, which is a very difficult job to do. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Senator.
Chair.
Thank you,
Chair,
Madam
if I may.
Senator. Before
Mr. Chair.
acknowledge Senator Grace po, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, brief suggestion lang to the Honorable Secretary. You mentioned about the 4 Ps. We hope that under your leadership, you're able to, carefully study the list. We've been trying to raise this in Congress for, the past few years because, for example, in our province, marami pong beneficiary doon na sementado ang bahay. Then yung katabi niya po ay walang bahay, nasa tarpaulin lang yung bubong, and they're not included in the 4P. I know the list was inherited by you and your predecessor, but it's incumbent upon you, Secretary, to at least revisit, check, validate the list. Kasi it's an insult to the qualified beneficiaries who are not qualified. Every time there's a payout, they're very poor and they need it and they're qualified, and yet they're not part of the list. So that's first. Secondly, we are happy that a former LGU, multi-awarded LGU, is now at the helm of DSWD. Just as a suggestion, DSWD lacks the manpower to do payouts. It takes time even if you have the budget. So, may I suggest that dapat po i-entrust na po ng DSWD through a MOA ang downloading ng IX through LGU. Most of the members here are former LGUs, Senator JV, Senator Aimee. I think it's about time you trust LGUs, especially that you're a former LGU. Because so it helps a lot in the payouts because it's a faster turnover. When there's a need, if it's at LGU, it's quick and fast. As against the DSWD, we know that you lack the manpower. You lack the manpower. You lack the banded officials. For example, in Camarines Sur, there's 6. In Bicol, there's 6 provinces. So you lack the manpower. So that's second. And third, maganda po yung mga point na ni-raise ni Senator Loren about sino ba talaga ang responsible sa homeless, informal settlers. I think the successful model is the LGU should identify who are these people, the DSWD can validate. And while the LGUs lack the funds to put up the housing, I think the LGUs should look for a housing site. Then once the site is there, the national government can come in. I think that's a successful model. So these are just suggestions, and we're confident and we're happy that you're there, being a former LGU.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Majority Leader.
Mr.
We now
Mr. Chair,
acknowledge,
just
yes,
Comment on that.
we first hear from
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Congressman Elray. From another LGU practitioner to another, just briefly, I agree with your third point immediately. That's why we're consulting the 17 Metro Manila mayors. I totally agree para may ownership. Number two ho, yung sa MOA, meron na ho. In fact, we will now scold your regional director for not informing you. The MOA was released last week because we fully look at our LGU as partners in development. And I agree that we should use your existing infrastructure to augment. The MOA is already there, and we will call the attention of your regional director for not informing you. And then third, the beauty about next year is the CBMS law that Congress passed. Listahanan will end its life this year. We will no longer be creating another listahanan. So with CBMS being the main driver na for database, LGUs will be empowered to make it more responsive. In that law, nakalagay doon na bawal na kami gumawa ng panibagong listahanan. So the database creation will no longer be with the department, but would be with PSA, but that's LGUs running the CBMS to make it more responsive. And I agree with Congressman Elray, the listahanan is not as responsive. Naging konkreto na yung bahay, nasa listahan pa rin. Humirap na yung tao, wala pa rin sa listahan. So hopefully working with the PSA and the LGUs on the CBMS law, we can now get a more accurate snapshot na mas madalis nyong pwedeng i-upload or i-upgrade. And I agree, the LGUs know it better and the LGUs are partners to development.
Okay,
Just
thank
to add
you,
to that, Mr. Chair,
Secretary. Yes.
just an addition lang. Thank you, Secretary. In fact, the regional director of Bicol is very good. We have had several typhoons and he acted well. Yung moving step further, since there's a MOA, maybe also request at DSWD that the list that are beneficiaries of AIX and other programs be in line with online with the LGU, because you have a directive or a rule that once you receive, you cannot receive in the next 3 months or so, something like that. But how will we know as an LGU? So may we request as an addition, since you're mentioning about digitalization and all, that since there's already a MOA with LGUs, na link na yung data for beneficiaries, listahanan, para we can fast track efforts in social development.
Okay, please take note.
Duly noted, and thank you, Congressman Villaferte.
Thank
Okay.
you.
We now,
Thank you, Chair.
before I recognize Senator Villar, I'd like to recognize Senator Grace po, who's been waiting on the line. Senator Grace po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Rex, I'll call you Secretary already. Actually, when you were appointed by the President, many were jubilant, of course, including myself. Kilala ka sa pagiging mayor, pagiging congressman. Actually, ang iyong mga katangian, mabait ka, pero stricto. At organisado, may kakayanan. Yan din ang sinabi ni Senator Loren, na naging spokesperson ka ni Senator Loren, naging spokesperson din kita. Siguro yung sinasabi mong katangian na hinahanap mo sa isang babae na masungit, ewan ko kung nakita mo sa amin ni Senator Loren, pero ang gusto mong meron kang talakayan at siguro na nagbibigay ng suhestyon, opinyon na nagpapalawak din ng iyong pagkaunawa at kaisipan. Actually, I'd like to bring up a very important advocacy that we both have. And I know that Valenzuela has really been the pioneer when it comes to the National Feeding Program. Dati pa hindi pa uso ito, nauna na yung Valenzuela dahil sa'yo. I'd like to ask Secretary Rex, because of the dismal and depressing aptitude scores of our kids in education, it has pointed to many different factors, particularly not just the quality of education, but because of hunger and malnutrition, the stunted mental and physical growth. So now that you are already at the helm of the DSWD, I'd like to know, how are you going to implement the National Feeding Program? And is this also going to be your priority, just like it was when you were head of the of a local government entity?
Secretary Gatchalian.
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, thank you for the kind words again. First of all, ma'am, you're correct. In Valenzuela, we found out that feeding or hunger should not be treated as a health issue, but rather an education issue. Hungry children will not learn in school, and hungry children will not know how to read. Twofold. I've also come to realize that stunting happens even before, we all know, even before you get to the school age or the daycare age. Recently, when I walked into the department, they've signed a program with the World Bank and DOH called Philippine Multisectoral Nutrition Program. It's meant to address the first 1,000 days. While DOH takes care of the nutrition specific program, we will, in the DSWD, takes care of the nutrition sensitive. Meaning, studies show that it's not just about feeding them, but it's also about the overall quality of environment in the first 1,000 days. Mula pagbubuntis hanggang sa 1,000 days, binibilang yon, to include wash facilities, to include child simulation, yung lack of daycare centers. That's why we are now part of that program, kasi the government looks at it now as a first 1,000-day problem rather than wait for them to get to the daycare centers bago natin hahabulin yung kanilang nagiging problema. Stunting, when it happens way ahead, nagiging problema na siya kasi to arrest it is virtually impossible. 1/3 of our population still is stunted, and 1/3 of our population we've been struggling with stunting for the past 3 decades using the same formula again and again, pero yielding the same results. So the new paradigm that they're introducing now is to look at it at the first 1,000-day issue. Obviously, it's not just DSWD, it's a partnership with DOH, kaya multisectoral siya, and it's getting the LGUs involved also. It's a community-driven program that says, ano ba ang kulang sa iyong maliit na lugar? So these are the poorest LGUs nationwide with the highest stunting rates. They've been pre-selected, and now they're about to identify. Sa amin kasi nutrition sensitive. So meaning wala ka bang wash facilities, wala ka bang daycare centers, things that will aid in nutrition. So that's for the first 1,000 days. We also know DSWD runs the in-school feeding program for the daycare centers. And one of the things we're doing now, ang dami kasing modality I found out. It's not as simple as nung mayor ako na central kitchen, happy na ako. But I've come to realize that the central kitchen model will not work in all localities, lalo na sa mga GIDA areas. It's virtually impossible. So we have done a massive survey on our end users using the different modalities. First modality is central kitchen. Second modality is yung raw goods procurement ng department. We procure the goods and then we give it to them and they cook it. The third one will be direct, yung mga daycare center yung nagluluto. We have to establish a baseline first. Sa dami ng modality na ginagawa ng departamento, alin ba doon yung umuubra? So meaning, we've identified the modalities, ilan porsyento ng LGUs ang gumagamit ng aling modality, then ma'am, we will measure them using a standard way of measuring them. Kasi yung pagsusukat ho, iba-iba rin yung ginagamit nila. Some uses the detector scale, some uses yung weighing scale sa bathroom. So pag suma total nung report, iba-iba rin yung lumalabas. So it's junk in yung data. It's how do we make sense of data na iba-iba yung baseline? So the first thing is to make sure that we track down the different modalities using a standard way of measuring them. At the start, in the middle, and in the end. But that's meant to fight wasting and severely wasting. So the two-prong approach is we do the stunting first, and then kung alam natin na may mga wasted and severely wasted sa daycare, we do naman the in-school feeding program. As a point of reference though, sadly, the department has been pushing for a 27 peso budget for every child. And I found out that we're just budgeting 21 peso. Madam Senator, to the committee chairman, we would again push for 27 pesos because yung 21 is not enough. Parang nangyayari lang, nilagyan natin ng pondo para masabi natin may feeding program tayo, pero obviously, it will not dent this wasting because 21 pesos will not get you anywhere. Although kami sa Valenzuela, 18 pesos, but you saw our model, it's pure volunteerism. Talagang kami nagluluto. But nationwide, we need to really put effort in moving that budget to 27 pesos per head, or else we will be going around in circles. And if I may dare say so, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, that it's going to be wasteful spending. Yung masabi lang na meron tayong feeding program pero hindi naman natin pinopondohan ng tama ay nakakalungkot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that you brought that up because when we deliberate the budget, I'm sure we'll have a lot of allies in the Senate to push for what you're requesting at 27 pesos. Now, lastly, this is just a reminder because now the DSWD is tasked when it comes to the adoption, the administrative adoption process. So maybe we can in the future see how that's going, if it's being implemented properly, because number one, we have to be very careful about giving out all of these administrative adoptions, but at the same time, we also have to be as efficient as possible so that would-be parents would be able to have that recognition with their adopted child. Now, another point I'd like to make also is that when Mayor Gatchalian, Secretary Gatchalian was first appointed, we were wondering why he didn't want to go through the Commission on Appointments right away and waited. But now I see what he may have done. He really studied the job very well because right now, as we are speaking with him, he is explaining his program and it seems like he knows it at the back of his hand. And he's only been there a few months. So we are very hopeful with you at the helm of the DSWD. And this is definitely a service on your part. And we thank you and we count ourselves very fortunate to have you as our secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, thank you and well noted on the National Authority on Child Care issues. It's a start-up and we will see to it that we make sure that it works.
Thank you very much, Senator Grace Poe and Secretary Gatchalian. If there are no more questions, clarifications, manifestations from members of the commission, Senator
Mr.
Licardo.
Chairman, Secretary Gatchalian has millions to care for, so perhaps we should abbreviate. And of course, all the questions were helpful to him and for us when we do our annual budget. But yes, let's allow him to work and take care of the millions of families who need his kalinga. So I move that we approve him in our hearing.
Yes, we'll recognize the good majority leader.
Thank you,
Secretary
Senator Lauren.
Bolton.
We're all very excited under the leadership of Secretary Rex. Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rex Ting Gatchalian as Secretary, Department of Social Welfare and Development. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Secretary Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare Development. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. Congratulations, Secretary Rex
Thank you.
Gatchalian.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Is there any objection? The committee meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much and good morning, everyone.
Good morning. The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, the senior military officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The fourth meeting of the Committee on National Defense of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll, please.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on National Defense, Vice Chairperson Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Senator Francis Cheese G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Senator Christopher Bongo,
Present.
Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel,
Present.
Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino. Members, Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Senator Grace Poe, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria,
Present.
Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. The chairperson is present.
With 11 members present in person, including the chair, and 5 members present online, with a total of 16 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting held on December 14, 2022, and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
There's a motion be seconded. Hearing no objection, the chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. Esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. Today, your committee is tasked to deliberate on the ad interim appointments of 50 general flag officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines that were submitted to the committee's jurisdiction for its consideration. May I request, please, the officers being named to stand up as your name is being called. Arthur M. Cordura to the rank of Lieutenant General, who's for the information of the body who asked for a waiver of his appearance, Your Honors. Toribio D. Adasi Jr. to the rank of Vice Admiral, Flag Officer, Command the Navy. Efren P. Baluyot to the rank of Lieutenant General. Stephen P. Pareño to the rank of Lieutenant General. Currently is the CGPAF, Commanding General, Philippine Armed Forces. Air Force, sorry, sir. Sorry, ma'am. So, thank you. Benedict M. Arivalo to the rank of Lieutenant General. Roy M. Galido to the rank of Lieutenant General. Fernil G. Buca to the rank of Lieutenant General. Antonio G. Navarrete to the rank of Major General. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President, Honorable Senator Miguel Juan Zubiri. Jose Maria Ambrosio Q. Espeleta to the rank of Rear Admiral. Joseph Ferrus C. S. Quizon to the rank of Major General. Edgar M. Cabinosa to the rank of Major General. Aristotol D. Gonzalez to the rank of Major General, who asked also for the waiver of his appearance, Your Honors. Audrey L. Pasia to the rank of Major General. Jose Maria R. Cuerpo II to the rank of Major General. Lionel M. Nicolas to the rank of Major General, who asked also for his waiver, honorable members. Marvin L. Licodini to the rank of Major General. Arturo G. Rojas to the rank of Major General. George A. Blanco to the rank of Major General. Facundo O. Palafox IV to the rank of Major General. Potenciano C. Camba to the rank of Major General. Noel D. Beleran to the rank of Major General. Teofilo R. Bailon Jr. to the rank of Major General. Joel Alejandro S. Naknak to the rank of Major General. Mac Raul B. Racacho to the rank of Rear Admiral. Ronnie D. Pitinglay to the rank of Brigadier General. Reynold R. Rueca to the rank of Brigadier General. Perfecto P. Piña Redondo to the rank of Brigadier General. Oriel L. Pangcog to the rank of Brigadier General. Alan M. Javier to the rank of Commodore. Gerald N. Gagan to the rank of Brigadier General. Romel B. Almaria to the rank of Brigadier General. Alexi C. Musngi to the rank of Brigadier General. Edmundo G. Peralta to the rank of Brigadier General. Romel R. Cordova to the rank of Brigadier General. Edgar C. Torres to the rank of Brigadier General. Nestor E. Narag Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Joel M. Paloma to the rank of Brigadier General. Noel E. Vistuer to the rank of Brigadier General. Ramel G. Oloroso to the rank of Brigadier General. Francis Anthony M. Coronel to the rank of Brigadier General. Leo A. Fontanilla to the rank of Brigadier General. Leo Digario V. Macalintal to the rank of Brigadier General. Michael A. Santos to the rank of Brigadier General. Ferdinand B. Napoli to the rank of Brigadier General. Leo Divic B. Ginid to the rank of Brigadier General. Bernardo R. Fortes Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Marcos Y. Imperio to the rank of Commodore. Federico B. Enriquez to the rank of Brigadier General. Rolando F. Sarmiento to the rank of Commodore. Eric C. Garchito Rena to the rank of Brigadier General Reserve. Madam Secretary, please kindly report on the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to their ad interim appointments in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees. Madam Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The ad interim appointments of 50 general flag officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines dated March 23 and April 4, 2023, under consideration today by the committee, were received by the Commission Secretariat on April 11, 2023, and were forthwith referred to the Committee on National Defense by Senate President and CA Chairperson Juan Miguel Mix F. Zubiri, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, on various dates, said 50 ad interim appointments were published in two newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Times and Manila Standard, and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. All the appointees have complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. The CA Secretariat received a letter from the Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel J1, Brigadier General Romel P. Roldan, on May 11, 2023, addressed to the committee chairman, Representative Romualdo, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of the following: Lieutenant General Arthur M. Cordura, who is in Switzerland from May 12 to 19, 2023, to participate in the first United Nations Triangular Partnerships Program Stakeholders Workshop. Major General Aristotel D. Gonzalez, who has an approved leave to be spent abroad from May 12 to June 4, 2023, to attend the college graduation of his daughter, and Major General Lionel M. Nicolas, who underwent a medical procedure and is still under confinement for recuperation. Members of this committee were furnished a copy of the letter, and the same was uploaded on the online database platform of the Commission. There was no opposition filed against any of the appointees under consideration today. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Majority Floor Leader, please.
Mr. Chair, I move that the letter requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of the appointees mentioned by the Commission Secretary be approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion. Hearing no objection, the chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Abet Garcia. Good morning, sir. Madam Secretary, can you please administer the oath to all the appointees present?
We request everyone to please stand and raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God. Mr. Chairman, all the appointees are now under oath.
Yeah. Please sit down. Thank you, gentlemen. On this note, may I call the second most senior among the appointees under consideration today, considering Lieutenant General Arthur Cordura, is, who requested for a waiver of his personal appearance. May we request our second most senior officer, Vice Admiral Toribio D. Adasi Jr., to please sit in front. Our flag officer in command of the Philippine Navy. Vice Admiral Adasi, your opening statement in behalf of the Armed Forces, sir.
Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Vice Admiral Adasi, the Flag Officer in Command of the Philippine Navy. I am the most senior among the 47 General and Flag Officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines present this morning for deliberation before the Commission on Appointments. On behalf of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we are happy to submit for consideration the ad interim appointments of 47 senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Admiral Adasi. The floor is now open for inquiries for any members, honorable members.
I just make a manifestation.
Yes, our Senate President.
Chair.
Yeah, sorry. Congressman Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I can inform the body that yesterday I wrote to at least 5 officers from among the group that is present before us. I wrote an identical letter to Lieutenant General Benedict M. Arevalo, Lieutenant General Efren Baluyot, Lieutenant General Fernil Buca, Lieutenant General Roy M. Galido, and Vice Admiral Toribio D. Adasi. And I'm happy to report to you, Mr. Chair, that despite the fact that it was only sent yesterday, 3 of them responded right away. And one of them is the most senior officer present today, Vice Admiral Toribio Adasi Jr., Fernil Buca, and Efren Baluyot. The letter, Mr. Chair, is about my concern for the country's concern about smuggling, which is now became flagrant, more particularly smuggling of agricultural products, notably cigarettes and tobacco products, and also onions. I am very glad that in the letter of Admiral Adasi of Philippine Navy, he was able to confirm what his representation have gathered from several sources. Indeed, there were several instances of smuggling of cigarettes and onions. For example, on November 23, 2022, there's smuggled cigarette worth 53.6 million in the seawaters of Zamboanga City. January 12, 2023, again, cigarettes valued at 28.5 million in Digo City. And then smuggles of onions amounting to 7.8 million, Zamboanga City. February 15, again, cigarettes, 1.5 million, Batangas. Cigarettes, 9 million, Indanan, Sulu. And then February 27, Tagum City, valued at 7.1 million. March 2, 2023, Mr. Chair, 1.4 billion pesos of smuggled cigarettes. Warehouse owned by a certain Faidasil Sakandal in situ Bautan, Barangay Kahatian, Indanan, Cebu. May 10, 2023, 1.4 million, Valencia City, Bukidnon. And May 12, 2023, 15.5 million in the vicinity seawaters of Malita, Municipality of Davao Occidental. Mr. Chair, as we know that smuggling reduces the revenues of government, which has to fund several projects and programs, particularly public services. I'd like to know maybe if we can call Vice Admiral Adasi, Mr. Chair, for a few clarificatory questions.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Vice Admiral, thank you very much for a very fast and timely response to a very fast letter sent to you yesterday. As you know, the smuggled onions, as reports come in to us, as estimated by some who testified before the House of Representatives very recently, is about 35% more from those imported from other countries. And these are stored in cold storage, stored but hoarded, as you have already witnessed the manipulation of supply and prices in December of last year. Of course, the price of onions is skyrocketed to some 700 pesos per kilo. It is very highly unusual. We would like to know as to how the AFP, more particularly the Philippine Navy, is helping us in guarding our coastal areas and seashores in being able to, well, not entirely to prevent, but to mitigate the entry of these contrabands in our country, because it really affects the revenue of the government. Can you tell us how the AFP and more particularly your intervention in Philippine Navy in coordination with the Army and the Air Force probably, could you give us some comfort on how you help in eradicating these menace in our economy, Mr. Vice Admiral?
Before Admiral Adasi will answer the query, Your Honor, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Maria Nancy S. Binay. Good morning, ma'am. Please proceed, Admiral Adasi, please.
Thank you very much for the question, sir. I wish to inform that the Navy is always open and willing to work with concerned and lead agencies in curbing smuggling activities, and that has been our practice in the past. That is why, Your Honor, sir, if you look at the report which I submitted, dated, it started November 21, 2022. We had 15 successful apprehensions working alongside the other agencies like the Bureau of Customs, the Philippine National Police, in interdicting and apprehending contraband items, Your Honors.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. I have received some reports that a trade data platform called Genius Export has declared a number of vessels allegedly carrying illicit products and contrabands into our country. I can furnish you a list of these. Will this committee at least reasonably expect that after seeing the list, you will be able to at least inspect on site these particular vessels, and if possible, seize the contrabands and turn over these products to the government?
Thank you, sir. We will work with the other agencies of government, like, for example, particularly Bureau of Customs, in looking after the vessels you mentioned, sir.
Reports also say that these illicit products usually come from Tarakan and Nunakan in Indonesia. Have you also received some sort of those reports?
As the Chief of Navy, sir, I also received information, but these are unverified information from unverified data from our sources, sir.
Yes, but unverified or not, maybe we can expect that you will also be vigilant to at least check on this unverified data, and with the help of maybe the Philippine Army and the Air Force were also conducting reconnaissance flight, more specifically in hotspot areas. Maybe we will be able to at least create some sort of a deterrence, Mr. Vice Admiral, to at least help our country in this very serious problem that the government is trying to address for the longest time.
Yes, sir, we will be glad to work with the other services of the armed forces, sir.
And we will also expect that in the course of time, you will be furnishing us your performance in this area so that we can also be informed of the developments and probably help out also in any way we can. Can we make sure of that, Vice Admiral?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. Before we proceed, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito. Good morning. Senate President Mig Sabiri.
Thank you very much, Chairman Romualdo. First of all, I would like to greet everyone a pleasant good morning and to say thank you for your service. Maraming salamat sa serbisyo ninyo sa inang bayan. We do not thank soldiers, our soldiers and defenders enough. I think you should know how our sentiments are, particularly here in the Senate and in the CA, that we really truly appreciate all the work that you've done in preserving our democracy, protecting our people from internal and external threats. Maraming salamat po. To Vice Admiral Adasi, pleasant good morning, sir. It's good to see you again. I would just like to inform the body I was with the good Vice Admiral during the turnover of the Shaldag Mark V Israeli-made fast patrol craft. We turned, I believe the inauguration was for 2 ships, but there are 7 more in the pipeline. And the beauty of this, ladies and gentlemen, for the record of the body, isasagawa na yung construction or gagawin na po yung construction sa Cavite Shipyard ng Philippine Navy. So there's a transfer of technology as well as hiring of Filipino skilled craftsmen, mga Caviteño, to work on the ship. So we were very happy on that, and we're very proud that our Navy was able to secure such a deal. Hopefully we will be able to do that for more of our needs, no, for Horizon 2 and 3. I'm here together with Senator J.V. Ejercito. It was the both of us went to the Naval Group Shipyard in France to see potential weaponry that the Philippine Navy can use to defend our shores, both internally and externally. And I just want to put on record, Your Honor, that I salute the men and women of the Navy, the Marines, the Coast Guard for defending our West Philippine Sea. Alam ko, dehado po kayo. Minsan, rubber boat lang ang kaharap ng ninyo laban sa malalaking mga barko at Chinese militia, fishing militia vessels. Pero tumatayo ng matapat at matapang ang ating mga sundalo at Navy at Marines in such sometimes overwhelming odds. So I salute all of you. And I made a commitment, Vice Admiral, and we make an appeal to our members of the House of Representatives. Pagdating ng 2024 budget, let's get together and move as one to help our Navy naman. Nakita naman and the Coast Guard, nakita natin yung standoff nung isang araw, parang David and Goliath. Our Coast Guard vessel was probably 1/5 the size of the Chinese Coast Guard vessel. Isang bunggo lang, baka lumubog na tayo. Pero ganun katapang ating mga sundalo at mga Coast Guard. We have to retrofit our Navy with better ships. They need corvettes. They need larger ships that can be maintained at sea for longer periods of time. We're also working out maybe, hopefully, a down payment for our Air Force jets, new jets for the Air Force, combat jets, as well as new equipment for our Army. So, hinihintay po natin, Vice Admiral, yung hinihingi ko sa inyo, yung ating wish list na kausap ko po kahapon si Sec Mina ng DBM, and I really emphasized to her na huwag na sanang i-budget cut yung mga request ng military natin sa NEP, sa National Expenditure Program. Para sa ganun, we can protect it. Alam mo, mahirap maghanap ng pondo eh. Nag-aaway palagi yung House at Senate kung saan maghanap ng pondo para sa mga programs. Sana nandun na sa NEP para hindi na po kami mahirapan pa. Pero with that said, kung wala naman sa NEP, we will try our best to assist you. And we also need for you to get more defensive equipment such as missile systems. Nakita naman po natin yung nangyari, Vice Admiral, pinag-usapan natin ito sa Ukraine. Ukraine is such a small country compared to Russia, but they are now still in year one fighting, defending their territory. But that was because of the help of their allies in the missile defense systems. And I think we need to beef up also because with the new equipment such as ships, pag wala pong armaments, wala po tayong magagawa. Shouting match lang po yan. Magsisigaw lang po tayo sa microphone. Kailangan po ninyo ng armaments, and I think we also need to prioritize that in the next budget. Mine is just a quick manifestation, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, of my full support to the men and women of the armed forces, and that we need to modernize and fully equip our armed forces at the soonest possible time. Marami akong kaibigan dito. Nandiyan si General Camba, Nandyan yung ating fourth ID head and General Cuerpo is here, as well as Assistant Division Commander General Paloma is here also from Northern Mindanao. Thank you as well for keeping the peace dun sa amin, lalo na sa internal threats. So all of you, once again, more power, sir. We passed the law. Hopefully, we'll sign it next week. Extending your terms, you will have a 1-year extension of term from 56 to 57. I hope hindi nagtampo sa amin yung PNP. Pero may lalamangan nyo sila ng 1 year. And of course, the leadership of the armed forces also gets an extension para wala po tayong revolving door policy when it comes to the programs of the armed forces. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. And once again, maraming salamat sa inyong serbisyo. God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Senate President Mig Subiri. Senator Ontiveros, please, ma'am.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. At magandang tanghali po, Vice Admiral Adasi.
Magandang tanghali po, ma'am.
And to all the gentlemen who are here with us this noon. Mr. Chair, I don't have a question for the Flag Officer in Command of the Philippine Navy. I just would like to commend him for some, especially for some points na isinama na po ng ating Commission Secretariat dito sa kanilang PIR. And I've also had the honor of meeting Vice Admiral Adasi in a few briefings before this, and I'm glad to see you again here today, sir. The Vice Admiral was awarded a Gawad sa Kaunlaran Medal in 2011 for providing security to the Malampaya natural gas platform and was cited for preventing foreign vessels from harassing Filipino local and commercial fisherfolk, as well as other vessels conducting government-sanctioned exploration activities in the West Philippine Sea. As the 40th FOIC, he identifies the modernization program and our self-reliant defense posture as some of his top priorities. And he likewise vows to protect the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity at all times. I salute you, Vice Admiral, Mr. Chair, for that vow. And the Senate and the CA will rely on you to lead the Philippine Navy in fulfilling that vow. So maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Chair, I don't have any question for the Vice Admiral. I do have a question for another officer, which I can ask during this hearing, and I would also like to commend a few of the other officers before us today during the hearing. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair.
Admiral Adasi, excuse, please. Ma'am,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there are no other colleagues who will ask questions of the Vice Admiral, may I pose some questions to Lieutenant General Benedict Arevalo, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Before we proceed with General Arevalo, General Arevalo, the chair would like to recognize our Vice Chair of the Committee on National Defense Commission Appointments, Senator Christopher Bongo, to raise an inquiry or manifest his support for these officers of the armed forces. Senator, go, please. Yes, we'll just go back to Senator Bongo later. We'll just proceed with Senator Risa Ontiveros. Sorry,
Okay lang
ma'am.
po.
Yes, Senator
Hindi
Bongo,
po.
please, you're recognized. Thank
Hindi
you,
po ako
Vice Chair.
na-unmute. Good morning po. Mr. Chairman, I am here to support my my support for the confirmation of the ad interim appointments of the 50 general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Babanggitin ko na lang po isa-isa. As Vice Chair of the Committee on National Defense, let me make of record my full support for Lieutenant General Stephen Pareño, na kasalukuyan pong Commanding General ng Philippine Air Force. Sinusuportahan ko rin po ang confirmation ni Lieutenant General Arthur Cordura, ngayon po ay Vice Chief of Staff. Lieutenant General Efren Baluyot, kasalukuyang Commander po ng South Luzon Command, Southern Luzon Command. Lieutenant General Benedict Arevalo, Commander po ng Viscom. Lieutenant General Roy Galido, Commander po ng West Mincom. Lieutenant General Fernil Buca, ngayon po nasa NOLCOM. Vice Admiral Toribio Adasi Jr., ang kasalukuyang Flag Officer in Command, Philippine Navy. Major General Antonio Navarrete, Chief of Staff ng, dati po itong naging Chief of Staff ng PSG. Noong 2016 ay kasalukuyang Division Commander po ng 1st Infantry Division. Major General Aristotol Gonzales, na kasalukuyang Air Education Training and Doctrine Command, Philippine Air Force. Major General Lionel Nicolas, ang Intelligence Service Armed Forces of the Philippines. Major General George Blanco, ngayon po ay Commander po ng Air Logistics Command, Philippine Air Force. Major General Potenciano Camba, kasalukuyan pong Chief of Staff ng Philippine Army. Major General Teofilo Bailon Jr., IG ng Philippine Air Force. Major General Teofilo Bailon, Commander po ng Naval Sea Systems Command, Philippine Navy. Major General Ferius Quizon, kasalukuyang Commander po ng Headquarters Naval Reserve Command. Major General Edgar Cardinosa, kasalukuyan pong AFP, Health Service Command. Major General Marvin Licodine, kasalukuyang Commander po ng AFP Education and Doctrine Command. Major General Arturo Rojas, Commandant po ng Philippine Marine Corps. Major General Noel Beleran, kasalukuyang Deputy Chief of Staff for Education, Training, Doctrine, AFP. Major General Joel Alejandro Naknak, ngayon po ay Deputy Chief of Staff for Reservice and Retiree Affairs. Rear Admiral Jose Maria Ambrosio Espeleta, Chief of Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, Headquarters, Philippine Navy. Commodore Alan Javier, Commander po ng Naval Forces West. Brigadier General Alexei Musngi, Commander po ng Joint Task Force NCR-AFP. Brigadier General Romel Lance. Brigadier General Perfecto Peña Redondo, Assistant Division Commander po ng 8th ID. Brigadier General Oriel Pangcog, Brigade Commander po ng 601st. Brigadier General Gerald Gagan, Wing Commander po ng 420th Supply Wing. Brigadier General Romel Almaria, Chief AFP Command Center. Brigadier General Edmundo Peralta, Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence. Brigadier General Edgar Torres, Wing Commander po ng 300 Air Intelligence and Security Wing. Brigadier General Joel Paloma, kasalukuyang Assistant Division Commander ng 4th ID. Brigadier General Noel Vistuir, Brigadier Commander po ng 802nd. Brigadier General Michael Santos, Brigade Commander po ng 603rd 6th Infantry Division. Brigadier General Ferdinand Napuli, ngayon po sa Special Forces Regiment ng Airborne Special Operations Command, Philippine Army. Brigadier dati rin po itong PSG. Brigadier General Bernardo Fortes, kasalukuyang Adjutant General AFP. Major General Jose Maria Cuerpo, ito po ay serbisyo rin po doon sa giyera sa Marawi. Major General Facundo Palafox, Major General Audrey Pasha, Brigadier General Ronnie Petinglay, Brigadier General Reynold Hueca, Brigadier General Nestor Narag Jr., Brigadier General Ramir Oloroso, Brigadier General Francis Anthony Coronel, Brigadier General Leo Fontanella, Sir. Colonel pa noon, meet ko na po ito sa Cagayan. Salamat po, bago pa naging presidente si Pangulong Duterte, former President Duterte. Lieutenant Colonel ka pa noon. dun po sa airport, sa old airport po, nakapag-landing po si then Mayor Duterte. Brigadier General Leo Di Gario Calintal, Brigadier General Yodovic Ginid, Commodore Marcos Imperio, Brigadier General Federico Enriquez, Commodore Rolando Sarmiento, Brigadier General Eric Garchito Rena, Reserve. Your invaluable sacrifice for our country is exceptional and unparalleled. Salamat po sa inyong serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan noon pa man, panahon po ng giyera sa Marawi, hanggang ngayon po sa panahon ng pandemya. Salamat po sa inyong serbisyo. Dito po kami, full support po kami sa inyong lahat. At isisingit ko na lang po, having said that, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang po isingit na kahapon po nagkaroon ng hearing sa Senado tungkol sa proposed pension reform. I just want to take this opportunity to let our uniformed personnel know that I will only support any measure which will be for the betterment of our uniformed personnel. Hindi po ako sang-ayon sa pag-obliga sa kanila na magbayad ng mandatory contribution. Yung ikakalta sa sundalo, katumbas na yan ng halos isang sakong bigas na pwede nang ipakain ng ordinaryong sundalo sa kanilang pamilya. Malaking bagay po yun. Malaking bagay yun sa kanila. Kung sakasakaling pong merong gagawing reforma sa pensyon ng military para maiwasan ang pagkakaroon ng financial disaster in the long run. Yun po ang concern ng ating mga finance manager. Dapat po applicable lang po ito sa mga new entrants o mga bagong papasok sa military. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang pong sabihin sa inyo bilang parte ng pagkilala natin sa isinasakripisyo ng ating mga sundalo para mapanatili ang seguridad ng bansa katulad ng pagkilala natin sa mga appointees natin sa araw na ito. We are here to support you. Again, maraming salamat sa inyo. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, our Vice Chairman, Committee on National Defense, Commission Appointment, Senator Christopher Bong Tigo. Senator Cynthia Villar, you're recognized, ma'am.
Report to my kababayan, Lieutenant General Efren Paliera Baluyot, who is true-blooded Las Piñeros from his parents up to now. And we're very happy in Las Piñas that we have a successful military man from Las Piñas. And also, I want to congratulate everybody here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Can we proceed with the Congressman, ma'am, before your question? Or you're okay? Yeah. Sorry, ma'am. You're recognized, Senator Antiveros. Sorry, ma'am.
It's all right, Mr. Chair. Salamat kaayo. May I ask a question of Lieutenant General Benedict Musni Arevalo, Mr. Chair?
Lieutenant General Benedict Arevalo, ma'am, of the Visayas Command. Ready for your question, ma'am.
Magandang hapon po. Mayong hapon, Lieutenant General Arevalo.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant General Arevalo, Mr. Chair, bilang isang military officer, alam po ninyo na ang red tagging is an important facet of the human rights crisis in the Philippines, which became even more acute during the past administration. Based on the PIR, in 2021, you were relieved from your position as Deputy Chief of Staff for Civil Military Operations, along with the Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence, due to your then department at the AFP releasing and posting an erroneous list in social media of alleged NPA guerrillas, which included, among others, University of the Philippines alumni who allegedly became communist guerrillas. Alam nyo naman po na ang red tagging threatens the lives and safety of individuals. Ito ay isang malaking intrusion into a person's right to privacy due to surveillance and harassment na umaabot sa unlawful arrests, enforced disappearances, and even killings. Red tagging is disinformation, enabling fraud and violence. Although you were eventually cleared by Secretary Lorenzana, stating that you were not directly responsible, maaari po bang itanong, sir, is red tagging a policy of the AFP?
Definitely not. what happened in that time is actually I already took responsibility as the Deputy Chief of Staff for the civil military operations. And we also learned some lessons from what happened. And that's why the AFP is very careful now in actually crossing the line on these kinds of issue. But if you're asking, ma'am, if it is a policy of the AFP, definitely it's not the policy of the AFP, Your Honors.
Maraming salamat para doon, Lieutenant General Arevalo. I guess that it was not and is not a policy. So salamat for making it of record. I noted also yung sinabi ninyong you already took responsibility, that the AFP learned lessons. Yan ay isang pinakamahalaga po. And that the armed forces are now very careful about this. Actually, na-anticipate nyo na rin through your answers yung ilang follow-up questions ko para doon, which I will just ask you at least for the record. So, given this, Lieutenant General Arevalo, what updates are needed in your social media policy, and what are the measures you will institute to ensure that the incident will not happen again?
Yes, Your Honors. After the incident, I think the AFP came out with the stricter social media policy, and it has to really conform with the community standards of the social media, and seeing to it that it is actually strictly supervised not just by the concerned staff but also the chiefs of offices and the commanders themselves. That's why for the past maybe 2 years that we have been in social media, you find out that the AFP is very much strict in the implementation of the said policies.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Arevalo. Na-note ko yung sinabi nyo na the AFP conforms with the social or the standards, social standards of the social media companies. I hope na higit pa sa pag-conform sa standards ng social media companies, maging mas mahigpit pa or mas mataas pa ang standards ng AFP. Dahil alam nyo naman siguro, kahit kami pong mga mambabatas at yung ating mga kababayan, may mga problema na madalas masyadong mababa o maluwag ang standards ng mismong social media company. So, mas mapapanatag pa po ang loob ko kung yung AFP na lang ang mas magkaroon ng mas mataas na standards within social media kesa pa po sa mga social media companies. Then just for the record, Lieutenant General Arevalo, yung nakarang incidenting pong iyon, paano po ba nangyari ito? And what was the extent of your responsibility and accountability for this erroneous post na sinabi nyo na rin naman po kanina na you already took responsibility for?
As mentioned previously by former Secretary Lorenzana, there was actually a mixed up of files, and inadvertently, it was actually released by one of my staff, and that's why the report coming from the intelligence was mixed up with the reports of the civil military operations. And that mix-up actually caused the release of the names inadvertently, maybe an oversight. And as I've said, there's nobody to blame except me as the J7 at that time, Your Honors.
Salamat, Lieutenant General Arevalo. I admire your taking command responsibility sa insidente. Minsan tayo na nasa posisyon ng responsibilidad bilang mga tao, may temptation na isisi ang iba o ilaglag ang iba. And I always appreciate when fellow workers in government and leaders in government will take command responsibility for what happens under our watch. Again, yung mga sagot nyo sa tanong ito lead to my next question about kung ano ba talaga yung nangyari. So how can the AFP improve its systems of vetting and release of information? Dapat ho ba na mag-release publicly ang AFP ng list? Hindi ba dapat internal lamang ito sa intelligence ng AFP?
I think that's one of the resolutions we had in the AFP, that seeing to it that internal files should not be shared maybe into the public. And we have learned our lessons, as I've mentioned previously, and that's why I think we'll be more strict, especially in the document security in our shops, especially in the civil military operations side, ma'am. That's what we did, and we're still doing and improving the systems that we're going to have in releasing information to the public, Your Honors, ma'am.
Salamat, Lieutenant General Arevalo. And lastly, ano po yung remedial action kung yung isang red tagged person ay mapatunayan na inosente pala?
In my experience, if that's the case, I think what in my personal experience, I really did apologize publicly to the person that was alluded to in the mistake I made, and I think in terms of legal remedies, I think that will be available to anybody, Your Honors, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Lieutenant General Arevalo, especially for your public apology. Just to clarify, sir, nag-public apology po kayo sa iisang tao or sa lahat po na nagkamaling na i-release sa listahang iyon?
Actually, we posted an apology on the same page to all that was alluded in that information last time, Your Honors, ma'am.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Arevalo. By any chance, meron ba sa kanilang sumagot, nag-acknowledge nung paghingi nyo ng paumanhin?
Because the FB page was actually shut down, so I don't know if they were able to really react or reply on the said information, ma'am.
In that case, Lieutenant General Arevalo, Mr. Chair, para lang mas matiyak sana natin na natanggap ng mga taong alluded to yung public apology na honestly hindi madalas mangyari na ang gobyerno ay mag-apologize sa mamamayan. But I feel it's such an important message kasi ano siya pagbawi or yun na nga, yung paghingi ng paumanhin is also a way of pagwawasto and laying the foundation for better relationships moving forward. So, kung mamarapatin nyo, makonsider lang yung mungkahi na since the FB page was shut down, which I also think was a good thing, baka pwede kayong humanap ng iba pang paraan to just make sure that this formal apology, public apology, reach the persons concerned. Kayo na pong umalam anong tamang paraan, sulat ba iyon or kung anong pamang paraan para malaman po nila, sir.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honors.
Maraming salamat po, Lieutenant General Arevalo, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for engaging me on this question. Tingin ko po napaka-importante in the context of our continuing to professionalize the AFP, ending red tagging, and building a more inclusive society. Maraming salamat, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honors.
I have no more questions on the part of this representation, Mr. Chair, for the other officers. I would just like to commend a few of them before the hearing is adjourned, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
All right, maraming salamat, daghang salamat, Mr. Chair. I would just like to also, in addition to Vice Admiral Adasi, also recognize some of the other officers here present. Lieutenant General Stephen Pareño, Commanding General of the Philippine Air Force, who in 2009 was recognized with a Military Merit Medal as a member of the Philippine Air Force Gender and Development Focal Point Committee, which was responsible for providing outputs and assistance to the accomplishment of the GAD Committee's objectives, which reportedly brought significant developments in the command's compliance with RA 7192, or the Women in Development and Nation Building Act. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Lieutenant General Arthur Cordura, who in 2022 was bestowed a Meritorious Achievement Medal for leading the Philippine Air Force Regulations Board in approving and publishing 6 PAF standard operating procedures, including the SOP on the creation of the PAF-CODI for gender-based sexual harassment in the workplace, educational and training institutions offenses. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Major General Joel Alejandro Naknak, who is considered by CA sources to be one of the future contenders for the AFP's top posts. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Major General Antonio Nafarete, who prides himself justifiably as an effectual chairperson of the Republic of the Philippines MILF Coordinating Committee on the Cessation of Hostilities that strives to maintain the peaceful coexistence of the MILF and select communities in Mindanao. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Major General Leonel Nicolas, who in 2019 was given a Distinguished Service Medal for his contributions to the peace and security efforts of Zamboanga City and the West Min Command. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Major General Facundo Palafox IV, a brother of my friend Vice Mayor Gwen Palafox, who, speaking of Major General Palafox, was conferred with the Gawad sa Kapayapaan Medal in 2021 and cited for facilitating the Rido settlement between the Almada and Maruhom families in 2020. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Major General Arturo G. Rojas, Commandant of the Philippine Marine Corps Headquarters, who I heard is a good man and a very conscientious officer and gentleman. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Major General Teofilo Bailon Jr., who was honored with a Distinguished Service Medal in 2020 and was recognized for being instrumental in the conduct of activities compliant with the PAF's intelligence and counterintelligence program of action, which included aerial reconnaissance and maritime patrol over the WPS, Philippine Rise, Bajo de Masinloc, and the Batanes Group of Islands. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Major General Jose Maria Cuerpo II, who was awarded with a Distinguished Service Star in 2023 and was credited for carrying out a development and security campaign that reportedly had significant contributions to the peace and progressive development in Lanao del Sur through peace-building actions and others. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Brigadier General Nestor Narag Jr., currently the brigade commander of the Combat Support Brigade of the Philippine Marine Corps. Also, I heard a good officer and gentleman. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Brigadier General Oriel Pangcog, who has reportedly distinguished himself in combat by keeping with the finest traditions of Philippine soldiery. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Brigadier General Edgar Torres, who was honored with a Distinguished Service Star in 2022 as Deputy Wing Commander of the 300th Air Intelligence and Security Wing for the successful conduct of aerial reconnaissance and maritime patrol over the foreign-held islands in the WPS. Likewise, Mr. Chair, Brigadier General Romel Cordova, who was awarded with a gold medal during his MNSA graduation for his thesis, Understanding China's Gray Zone Strategy in the South China Sea, Defining Strategic Approaches for the Philippines, and a known advocate of the Army Transportation Roadmap. To these gentlemen and all present before us today, Mr. Chairman, mabuhay po kayo, may snappy salute.
Thank you, Senator Risa Ontiveros, as Congressman Pimentel, and then Congressman Zagarbarria.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, among the nominees of the uniformed personnel today are members of the Fraternity of Free and Accepted Masons of the Philippines. Being the immediate past Grand Master, it is my duty and my obligation to manifest my support to the Mason nominees. Therefore, Mr. Chair, may I request that the Mason nominees come forward once your name is called to be recognized. The Mason nominees are the following: Major General Jose Maria Cuerpo II, member of Kagitingan Masonic Lodge number 286, Makati City. Brigadier General Ferdinand Napuli, member of Meridian Lodge number 268, Makati City. Lieutenant General Efron Baluyot, Member of Pagkakaisa Masonic Lodge number 282, Las Piñas. Brigadier General Nestor Narag Jr., member of Tugigaraw Masonic Lodge number 408, Tugigaraw. Major General Potenciano Camba, member of Abla Lodge number 86, Abra. Brigadier General Francis Anthony Coronel, member of Laridel Masonic Lodge number 74, Quezon City. Major General Jose Alejandro Naknak, member of Lawag Masonic Lodge number 71, Ilocos Norte. Major General Edgar Cardinosa, member of Marikina Lodge number 119. And Lieutenant General Stephen Parino, member of Primera Luz Filipina Masonic Lodge number 69, Cavite. Mr. Chair, in behalf of the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of the Philippines, we extend our full support to our Mason brothers. Brethren, you have brought honor to the fraternity, and all Masons today, all over the Philippines, are very, very proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congratulations to all my dads. Before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. Congressman Zagarbaria, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon to everyone. Again, I would just like to make a manifestation. I would like to express my full and unwavering support to the confirmation of Mr. Ferlin Galera Buca to the rank of Lieutenant General in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. General Buca and I went to the same university, Silliman University, and we stand to the commitment of what you say, via veritas vita. It is the way, the truth, and the life. It is also my honor to have a Sillimanian being confirmed as Lieutenant General. And all the rest of the officers and gentlemen, I assure you, this afternoon you will have my vote. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, Congressman Zagarbaria. Senator Cayetano, please.
Mr. Chairman, magandang tanghali po. Hindi po ako magtatanong, Mr. Chairman, kasi hahaba ng husto. Sa ating pong mga kapatid sa military, magandang tanghali. Sa akin, Mr. Chairman, kung maaari, isang manifestation lang. Magtatanong sana ako tungkol sa strategy natin sa West Philippine Sea at kung ano ang tingin ng mga officers na ito. Pero number one, if we do that, it should be closed door. Kasi ayaw naman natin malaman ng iba yung strategy natin. Number two, medyo hahaba at tatagal ng husto. Baka may other venue, maybe in a briefing or the committee or the budget hearing. But what I'd like to manifest is that it's important that our leaders of the military continue to be critical thinkers. Yes, they have to follow orders kung ano ang strategy na inilahad ng ating Commander-in-Chief. We went through a wild swing during from President Aquino to President Duterte, and we're going through some changes now. In other countries, the military establishment is so strong that the swing of the yung utos ng Pangulo sa strategy is also limited. Sa atin parang unli. Kung gusto nung isang presidenteng sobrang pro-China, gusto nung isa sobrang anti-China, gusto nung isa sobrang pro-US, yung isa anti-US ay parang pwede sa ating bansa. The best of course is just being pro-Filipino. So my manifestation will end with this, no? Very clear kung ano ang strategy ng China. Very clear din kung ano strategy ng US. Pero very unclear kung ano ang strategy natin. Unless yun ang strategy natin. Nalituhin ang China at US kung ano strategy natin. Tumatawa ang ating mahal na congressman sapagkat siya po ang chairman ng committee on the West Philippine Sea, and I think from Aquino to Duterte to Marcos, nakita mo rin yung strategy. And I'm very concerned about that, Mr. Chair, kasi we have to look at history. Look what happened sa Cuba, di ba? When they got in between the US and USSR, di ba? Look what happened with Turkey, no? Nung maglalagay din ng missiles doon ang US. So napakaraming examples in the past. But having said that, suffice it together with our congratulations sa mga mako-confirm today is just the encouragement that with the proper process, hindi lang maging critical thinkers, pero palakasin natin yung military establishment para it will really not be only the chief advisory unit of the president when it comes to military matters, but actually, together with our diplomats, will balance our strategy and decision making. In fact, dito ko nakikita yung importansya nung manifestation ni Senator Amy Marcos nung kinonfirm ang ating Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Hinahanap niya nasaan yung paper, no? Nasaan yung paper na may strategy tayo. So I disagree na ilahad yan in public kasi hindi magandang strategy na pinapakita mo sa iba, sa katunggali mo yung strategy mo. But kung mismong top level people din sa House at sa Senate ay hindi rin alam for sure kung ano ang strategy natin, problema yon. Or, let me end here, if every administration iba ang strategy natin, that's a recipe for failure. So sabi nila, ang China daw has a 1-year plan, a 10-year plan, a 100-year plan, and a 1,000-year plan. So when I was in the DFA, I kept on telling our people in DFA, stop complaining na ang China may 100-year plan at 1,000-year plan. Start making the Philippine 100-year plan and the Philippine 1,000-year plan. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chair. And again, congratulations po sa ating pong mga mako-confirm today.
Thank you also, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. A Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I move, I'd like to mention my strong support for Lieutenant General Baluyot for his confirmation, Brigadier General Edmundo Peralta, Brigadier General Nestor M. Pedrad Narag Jr., Lieutenant General Roy Galido, Brigadier General Bernardo Fortes Jr., Major General Lionel Nicolas. Mr. Chair, order not to prolong this this hearing. Thank you. You can sit down. Maraming salamat po, sir. Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the 50 general flag officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second the motion.
Before we act on the motion, I would like to thank, of course, the members of the Commission Appointments Committee on National Defense. And I would like to inform also the body that we're going to have, again, a committee hearing tomorrow at 11 o'clock, another batch of 50 officers. Then we're going to schedule again on May 23, and again, another May 24, then another batch on May 30, and another batch on May 31st, honorable members. Yes, ma'am. There's a motion being duly seconded, and without any objection, again, thank you, honorable members of the Commission on Appointments. Congratulations to the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The same is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matter to discuss,
How many minutes?
yeah, before we adjourn, just like to remind everyone that we will come back for the plenary 1:30 p.m. Let's be on time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to reiterate, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn the meeting.
Meeting adjourned.
The 17th plenary session of the Commission on Appointments and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I ask, or call rather, the Assistant Minority Floor Leader, Congressman Johnny T. Pimentel, to lead the chamber in prayer.
Our Heavenly Father, today we resume the Commission on Appointments plenary session. We seek your holy intercession, wisdom and guidance as we deliberate the confirmation of our Dswd Secretary and AFP officials, public officers who serve true to the interests of your people. Allow us to carry out meaningful discussions as we make decisions that will affect and shape the course of our nation. May your love allow us to accomplish our goals in the service of the Filipino people and in the pursuit of truth in your greatest glory. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang maging sa silanganan na puso sa tibay buhay upang hiligan walang pag-ibig sa manlulunin di ka pasisiil sa lagat at tulong sa simula sa langit kong baka may kilalang tulang at kapit sa paglaminamahan ang ikagawa at mo'y tagumpay na natin bituin na tayo kaya papagal natin lupa ng araw dahil natin pagsita wala natin sa ating mo hidaya natin ito natin at tayo natin sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Virginel G. Biron, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Francis Cheese G. Escudero,
Tama ba ito?
Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Greg G. Gasataya, Christopher Bong T. Go, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Loren Legarda, Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Badiernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Poe, Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo, Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr.,
Present.
Cynthia A. Villar. The chair is present.
With 15 members present in person and 3 present online, total members of 18, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the plenary session held on March 15, 2023 and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Chair hearing none, motion is approved. We'd
Mr.
like
Chair,
to just recognize the presence of Senator Aimee Marcos as well. Thank you. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Labor and Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers on the ad interim appointment of Mr. Rex Lonting Gatchalian as Secretary, Department of Social Welfare and Development.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Labor, Employment, Social Welfare, and Migrant Workers, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, be recognized.
The gentleman from the City of Smiles, Bacolod City, Congressman Greg Sataya is recognized.
Mr. Chairperson, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, mayong hapon sa tanan. It is this representation's honor and privilege to endorse to this body the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Rex Lonting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. a cum laude graduate of George Washington University, majoring in political science with a concentration in business administration and psychology. Secretary Gatchalian has the credentials and background to lead social work and its development. Rexlon, Mr. Chairperson, is a very unique name. Along his unique name came his unique brand of public service as a pioneer of landmark public policies and as defined by his constituents in Valenzuela City as one with firm resolve and decisiveness. A licensed scuba diver, Secretary Rex will surely dive into the issues of social welfare head on. Secretary Rex is not novel to public service, having been serving for 16 years as the representative of his beloved Valenzuela City in the 14th, 15th, and 19th Congress, respectively, and its local chief executive of the same locality for 3 consecutive terms from 2013 until 2022. Mr. Chairperson, Secretary Rex Gatchalian has prepared for his role from his extensive experience in local governance during his stint as the local chief executive of Valenzuela City. He has received numerous awards due to his outstanding public service, such as Galing Polk Awards for innovations and excellence in local governance, and the most outstanding local chief executive by the National Capital Region Police Office. Through his leadership, Valenzuela City was adjudged with multiple awards, such as the most business-friendly, highly urbanized city, Hall of Fame awardee. For 4 years by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Seal of Good Education Governance, Igawad Kalasag in 2017 by the Metro Manila Risk Reduction and Management Council, the Local Government Unit E-Readiness Leadership Award by the Department of the Interior and Local Government, Department of Science and Technology, and the Department of Trade and Industry, and the Seal of Good Governance from the DILG. Mr. Chairperson, Secretary Lex is lauded for successfully leading and managing the city of Valenzuela to consistently rank impressively in the cities and municipalities competitiveness index by the National Competitiveness Council. Further, his quick, systematic, and proactive approach during the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic allowed Valenzuela to be the first local government unit to conduct localized targeted mass testing in April of 2020. No stranger to the everyday plight of the Filipino people, Secretary Rex was able to hear the stories and the daily problems of the masses through his various experiences in both the executive and the legislative. In fact, he is widely admired for his public service platform, the 5 Pillars of Good Governance, where Secretary Rex focuses on the essential needs of his department's stakeholders, such as food, health and social services, housing, job generation, and trade industry. During his term as the representative of Valenzuela City, he introduced significant leadership or legislations, including Republic Act number 10022, which enhances the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act, and Republic Act number 11934, or the SIM Registration Act. Mr. Chairperson, Secretary Rex is not a newcomer to the Commission on Appointments, having been the youngest member of the Commission at the age of 31 during the 15th Congress. This representation is confident that the appointee knows what it takes to lead and innovate the integral mechanism of social work. This representation personally attests to his competence as a public servant, being a strong ally in the Nationalist People's Coalition, along with his brothers, Mayor West and Senator Win, likewise former members of this august chamber, who are also renowned public servants in both the local and national scenes. Mr. Chairperson, this award-winning statesman has made it his lifelong passion to initiate positive change through innovation and streamlining of the delivery of governmental services. And today, we affirm his calling to serve on an official capacity at the helm of our social workers. With an in-depth exposure to the plight of the Filipino masses, coupled with a strong will and passion for extending a hand to the underprivileged, he exemplifies the tenet of good governance, responsiveness, which is the foundation of the department he leads as the agency of the government responsible for uplifting the lives of our marginalized citizenry. As a former local chief executive and legislator, and now a social worker, he has the capacity to provide practical and sustainable solutions to our growing concerns of development strategies in bridging the socio-economic gap through efficient and effective delivery of basic social services. Mr. Chairperson, Secretary Rex is more than just a dedicated, passionate, and hardworking public servant. He is an inspiration for hope, especially in times of need. His familiar helping hand will resonate with the masses as the symbol of help of the government. His inherent passion to serve will take him directly to those in need, especially in times of calamities where social services call for him. As Dswd Secretary, he reportedly vowed to continue his predecessor's initiative of streamlining redundant policies, procedures, and processes, among others, innovative plans. Further, he presently runs the department with utmost efficiency and effectiveness with the goal of making social services more accessible and closer to the masses. Mr. Chairperson, this representation believes that the merit and fitness of Secretary Rex affirms the decision of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. to appoint him as His Excellency's alter ego for social welfare development with the mandate to lead the development, implementation, and coordination of social protection and poverty reduction solutions for and with the marginalized, vulnerable, and disadvantaged. With this, Honorable Chairperson, it is my honor to move for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Rexlon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. I so move, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Chair, before we act on the motion, there are a number of members of the commission who would like to deliver their seconding speeches. May we now recognize Senator Grace Poe.
Our distinguished colleague from Pangasinan, Iloilo, the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Ay, oo nga. Ang galing ko. Thank you, dear colleagues. Back in 2016, the good nominee served as my spokesperson. Today, it is my pleasure to be one of his spokespersons. Mabuti na lang at hindi siya mahirap ikampanya. Dito pa lang sa Senado, he has at least 3 command votes. This representation, Senator Win Gatchalian, of course, and Senator Lauren, who has already spoken highly of our nominee. That being said, Mr. Chairman, this 25-member body is not his constituency. It would be the 14 million poor Filipinos for whom the DSWD can provide a leg up. He must also feed 1.68 million malnourished children, administer pensions to 3.3 million indigent senior citizens, and distribute cash to 8.3 million pantawid beneficiaries and individuals in crisis. Wala pa dyan ang mga biktima ng DDT or disasters, displacement, and trafficking. Tulad ng Gatchalian Lechon, medyo nakaka-high blood ang pagiging kalihim ng DSWD. Fortunately, the nominee does not crack under pressure. There's no better proof than his performance during the pandemic. As the frontliner-in-chief, Valenzuela City was able to rapidly distribute ayuda roll out COVID vaccines, and establish quarantine facilities. No wonder he received a 92% approval rating from his fellow Venezuelanos. His success can be attributed to his eye for streamlining and innovation. He has a passion for trimming the fat and unclogging the arteries of bureaucracy. In fact, I don't think he has warmed his seat in the DSWD yet. He has been busy slashing red tape, digitizing processes, and improving frontline services. Speaking of innovation, it was Mayor Rex Gatchalian who revolutionized the central kitchen mode of implementing the school-based feeding program. Hanggang ngayon, Valenzuela pa rin ang model city. He also took the lead in making Valenzuela City greener and more pedestrian-friendly. Impossible is not in his vocabulary. Most importantly, Secretary despite being in power for more than a decade, never siyang naging plastic. He was always humble. Saksi po ako sa katapatan, kasipagan at dedikasyon sa paglilingkod ni Secretary Gatchalian. His track record, humility and passion for efficiency and innovation makes him the ideal person to lead the DSWD. Nararapat lamang na ikumpirma natin siya upang mapagpatuloy niya ang pagbibigay ng responsabling serbisyo hatid sa bawat Pilipino. With that, it is my honor to confirm, to support the confirmation of the appointment of Rex Gatchalian as Department of Social Welfare and Development Secretary. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, our dear colleague.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman Dante Marcoleta?
The gentleman from Caloocan, I'm sorry, the gentleman from the party list,
Congressman Dante Marcoleta.
Congressman
Sagip.
Dante, of Sagip party list, Congressman Dante Marcoleta is recognized.
Honorable Chairman, distinguished members of this commission, it is my honor to second the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Rexlon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. I have known Secretary Gatchalian as a person whose life has been dedicated to public service. I witnessed firsthand his unwavering commitment in improving the lives of our people. He is intelligent, humble, highly organized, and treats most aspects of his life with care and attention to detail. He is a disciplined and principled individual, as indicated by the number of merit awards he has received throughout his 16 years in government service. Secretary Gatchalian, Mr. Chair, first entered the House of Representatives during the 14th Congress in 2007 as a very promising young legislator, and was in fact one of the youngest legislators at the time. But despite being a neophyte back then, he already showed his dedication and know-how in policy making, and has authored and co-authored numerous bills that protect the welfare and well-being of our people. Rex, as I fondly call him, is a person of sense and action. His stint as mayor has transformed Valenzuela into a city that is livable and cares for its people. His platform in Valenzuela focused on education, social protection, health, housing, job generation, and trade. These are the concrete and essential needs of the people that he addressed during his term. Enumerating the list of his achievements will literally take hours. Today, Valenzuela is known for its safe bike lanes, safe public spaces, established disaster preparedness and response mechanisms, transparent and efficient governance, and most recently, their swift and comprehensive actions for the COVID-19 pandemic. I remember Valenzuela was the first local government unit which conducted targeted mass testing for its constituents as early as April 11, 2020. In the same year, they also began their contact tracing applications through QR codes. The pandemic proved to be a great indicator of a good and efficient public servant, and Secretary Gatchalian definitely delivered. When I first learned of his appointment as Secretary of the Dswd, there was no doubt in my mind that he will do well in fulfilling the mandates of his office. Sa gobyerno, lalo na sa executive department, hindi lang puso ang kailangan, mahalaga ang technical na kaalaman sa pagpapatakbo at pagpapaganda ng mga programa para sa maayos at mabilis na paglilingkod at pagsisibi sa mga kababayan nating nangangailangan. Secretary Gatchalian has earned a reputation for being straightforward, professional, decisive, and rational public official. He is a public servant who sees the importance of partnership and consensus building to solve the problems of the country. He understands the need of working with development partners, non-government organizations, and even with foreign governments in forging strong and outcome-driven partnerships geared towards human development and poverty reduction. Rex is a person with a big heart and a big brain to solve problems and respond to the challenges of the department. He is a person with a vision rooted in the tangible realities of the Filipino people. As a testament to his outstanding character, he was recently adopted as a son of Ifugao province and was conferred the native name Amtalao, which represents a man of strong and fine character, full of wisdom, loving, caring, generous, a hero, and a wealthy, respected figure in Ifugao mythology. Having Rex in the executive department and as secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development will mean progress not only in social welfare and social protection, but also in how we think and do governance. By the way, Mr. Chair, talking about how we think and do governance, sana Secretary Rex, wag ka nang masyadong pihikan para magka-girlfriend ka na. Mr. Chair, it is thus my privilege to recommend that this august body give its consent to the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Rex Lon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, so he can continue executing his vision for the department of giving poor Filipino families a fighting chance to escape the intergenerational cycle and multidimensional aspect of poverty. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Senator Lauren Legarda.
Our distinguished colleague from Antigua and Republic of the Philippines, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, I have the honor of co-sponsoring the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Rexlon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Malay ko naman, nung ang batang ito ay umaalalay sa akin sa national campaign ko 13 years ago. Batang-bata at napakagaling na spokesman ko ay mako-co-sponsor ko ang kanyang nominasyon bilang kabinete. As we all know, the DSWD plays a crucial role in the provision of social services and programs that promote the welfare of our marginalized sectors, the homeless, the hungry, the orphans, the abused women and children, the elderly, the disabled, individuals in crisis situations, and indigenous peoples, among others. There are millions of them. According to the Social Weather Station survey conducted the first quarter, around 14 million households, or half of Filipino families, consider themselves poor. The same survey showed that the number of families who consider themselves to be food poor rose from 34% in December last year to 39% in March this year. Thus, the appointment of a capable, dedicated, sincere, and knowledgeable, disciplined leader who can empower the marginalized and liberate them from the vicious cycle of poverty, abuse, disasters, and the deprivation of opportunities is what this august chamber must guarantee. Mr. Chairman, I sincerely believe that Rex Gatchalian has the skills, the competence, and the heart for this position. He has an impressive track record in public service. He has served 9 years as Valenzuela's local chief executive, 6 years as district representative. In such capacity, he implemented various programs that have improved the lives of his constituents. In fact, 3 of the city's programs made it to the top 10 outstanding local governance programs during the 2021 Galing Pook Awards: Valenzuela Live for digital learning, Tagalog Fishing Village for livelihood and ecotourism, Paspas Permit, online business permit application platform. Hahanapin natin ito sa pagpatakbo ng DSWD, lalo na sa SLP sa mga 4P families and the graduating who are still poor. The city earned other recognitions under Rex Gatchalian's leadership. These awards profess the city's efficient health and social protection policies, fruitful employment and MSME development programs, economic accountability, innovative preparedness and livability, and the sound implementation of peace and order advocacies. Mr. Chairman, Rex has been in the trenches, boots on the ground. He may not have experienced poverty firsthand, but his leadership as Valenzuela City's local chief executive has made him aware of its realities. He gets things moving. He trumps red tape by speeding things up. He works with people who are as competent as he is. We have seen these qualities in action when he swiftly responded to the recent Princess Empress oil spill in Oriental Mindoro, which spread through Palawan, Occidental Mindoro, Oriental Mindoro, and even my home province of Antique. Nauna pa siya mag-text sa akin bago ko nalaman na nakaabot na ang oil spill sa isang barangay namin at bago pa ako humingi ng tulong. Just after 3 weeks in the position of DSWD Secretary, he rolled up his sleeves by promptly carrying out the Cash for Work program to aid residents affected by the oil spill. Food packs, emergency cash transfers, temporary means of livelihood were provided, leaving no one behind, I hope. Mr. Chairman, his appointment is a testament to the government's commitment to addressing the pressing issues of poverty and inequality in our country, and I am confident that his leadership will bring positive changes to the DSWD and to the lives of the Filipino poor. It is therefore my honor to support and join our dear colleagues in sponsoring and in moving for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Rexlon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Habilin ko sa iyo, Secretary Rex, sa tulong mo
and she has only high praises for the good secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Estrada.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman Johnny Pimentel?
Congressman Johnny Pimentel of the province of Surigao del Sur is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before the Commission on Appointments today is Secretary Rex Gatchalian, one who is most worthy to the station and position, one who is no stranger to public service. Secretary Rex has in his sleeves 16 years serving the people as the chief executive of the great city of Valenzuela for 3 terms from 2013 to 2022, and as a fellow legislator in the House of Representatives in the 14th, 15th, and 19th Congress. And this representative has the honor of having him as a neighbor in the South Wing Annex building. In the 15th Congress, Secretary Rex held the distinction of being the youngest member of the Commission on Appointments. His years in public service have proved to be stellar. As a congressman, he is known to have championed and advocated key legislations meaningful to the interests of the Filipino people. Among the measures realized with his great efforts were RA 10022, which amended the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipino Act of 1995, strengthening the protection of our OFWs against illegal recruiters. It was also Secretary Rex who advocated the enactment of RA 9576, which now mandates that the PIDIC insurance coverage be 500,000 pesos instead of 250,000 pesos. Secretary Rex was also among the key movers in the House in allowing the passage of RA 11934, otherwise known as the SIM Card Registration Act. Best known as a paragon of a chief executive of the great city of Valenzuela, it was during his incumbency when the city bagged 6 Galing Pook Awards from the Galing Pook Foundation. Valenzuela was further lauded as the most business-friendly, highly urbanized city in 2014, 2015, 2019, and 2020, all during his stint as city mayor. He also bagged the seal of good education governance in 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. During the height of the pandemic, Valenzuela was the envy of the Metro Manila LGUs when Secretary Rex implemented the first localized targeted mass testing in April of 2020 and even launched their own digital contact tracing mechanism called Valenzuela Tracing Application. It was through his efforts that Valenzuela Hope Molecular Laboratory was able to quickly procure its COVID-19 testing laboratory license, immediately processing much of the testing samples. All this is a testament to the competence possessed by Secretary Rex. The Department of Social Welfare and Development is the executive arm of the government which is given the task of protecting the social welfare rights of the Filipino citizenry and promoting the people's social development. It is the government branch that facilitates the frontline services of the state delivering the Dswd IX. It is the government office that implements the programs of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino, as well as the Protective Service Program, which delivers food assistance, transportation assistance, assistance to students, among others. No other person could fit the bill as Secretary Rex in leading this department. Therefore, Mr. Chair, it is my honor and privilege to second the motion for the confirmation of the interim appointment of Secretary Rex Gatchalian as DSWD Secretary.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Chair, may we now recognize Senator Alan Peter Cayetano?
Distinguished colleague from Taguig, Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. The book of Matthew talks about
when the Son of Man comes and all the nations are gathered in front of him, he will be like a shepherd who separates the goats and the sheep. And while separating the goats and the sheep, the Lord told them, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was alone, you kept me company. When I was in jail, you visited me. When I was naked, you clothed me. And when I was sick, you looked after me. And the people asked him, Lord, Lord, when were you hungry? And when did we feed you? When were you in jail? When were you sick? At ang sagot po sa kanila ng ating Panginoong Hesukristo ay, pag itong pinakamaliit sa ating lipunan ay gutom, ako ang pinakain nyo. Pag pinakain nyo siya. Pag siya ay uhaw o nakakulong, pagka siya po ay may sakit at inasikaso nyo, ako ang inasikaso nyo. So despite coming from the minority, I would also like to second and endorse the confirmation of Secretary Rex for 3 reasons. First, yung pong binasa ko po sa Matthew, dahil sa kanyang pagmamahal sa Panginoon at sa kanyang takot sa Panginoon, ay sinabuhay po niya to feed people, to help those who are sick, to help those who are needy. So now he is given a bigger task of doing that not only to his community, to his barangay, to his city, to people who exposes him to their community, but ngayon buong Pilipinas na, including 10 million OFWs who are abroad, especially yung babalik po dito na mga pangangailangan, ang takbuhan na po ay isang DSWD sa pamumuno at pagsisilbi po ng isang Rex Gatchalian. Secondly po, I'm supporting him because of values. Yung value po of giving everyone equal opportunity. Marami pong kahanga-hanga po sa kanilang syudad. Pero ang isa ko pong babangkitin ngayon, yung desire po nilang magkakapatid ni Senwin at Mayor Wes, ni Rex, no, na mabigyan ng equal opportunity ang bawat isa. That's why hindi pa gawa yung subway, tuloy-tuloy pa ang paggagawa ng ibang mga train. Meron na po silang academy sa Valenzuela para po yung mga magiging engineers at mga mag-aayos ng train ay train na. Bakit po? Because he wants to give them a future, he wants to give them opportunity. And third is related to the second, which is hard work. Similarity between Taguig City po at ang Valenzuela at pasensya na po dun sa mga iba ang paniniwala. We do not accept any form of gambling. No, si Rex pinaikot-ikutan pero hindi na paikutan. Kung ano-anong dahilan ang sinabi na kailangan ng gambling, whether legal or illegal, pero he persevered and he explained to people that games of chance, itong mga swerte-swerte, itong taya tayo dito, taya tayo dyan, does not promote healthy values of hard work and also crosses the red line sa atin mga law enforcers. No? I mentioned that, Sec Rex, kasi maybe in your own way now through the DSWD, no? Kasi bumabalik eh. Lumalakas na naman ang weteng. Baka dahil hirap ang tao or dahil may magte-take ng opportunity. So hindi lang po yung mga drug syndicates ang coming back with a vengeance. It's also the illegal gambling, no? So because of those 3 reasons po, yung pagmamahal at takot niya sa Diyos, yung pagmamahal niya ng value ng equal opportunity at yung hard work, and anti-gambling po, I support him. The minority gives their full support. Having said that po, trabaho din namin sa minority na i-challenge ang mga sekretary na to. And I'd like to thank Sec Rex, hindi namin masasabi lahat dito na pinag-usapan, very comprehensive. I admire the way he approaches everything. But let me just mention a couple of things, Sec, for the record. Sir President, first of all, may I ask Senate President, the Chairman, the permission just to show 2 quick slides, then a video that's less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds now. So can you show the first slide? Yeah. So if you look at the budget of the DSWD, in the first year of President Arroyo, it was 1.1 billion. Imagine niyo po, 1.1 billion. By the end of her term, it was 10 billion. By the start of President Pinoy, it was 15 billion. By the end of his term, going into Senate President Duterte, it was between 108 and 110 billion. By the end of the term of President Duterte 2021, it was 176 billion, and then 2002, 204 billion, and now it's more or less 200 billion or 199 billion pesos. So the first point I want to make and challenge yung ating mga kapatid sa DSWD, sa laki na ng pondo at dami na ng inyong programa katulad ng 4Ps, sana po hindi makalimutan yung pinaka-vulnerable. Binanggit na po ni Senator Legarda at advocacy po nila yan at kasama po yung ibang kababaihan sa Senate like of course Senator Grace po, Senator Nancy, Senator Pia, Senator Risa, yung pong violence against women and children. But may I also mention po yung mga naulila, yung mga na-abandon na bata, and of course yung mga na-abandon, walang nag-aalaga na matatanda. No? I've noticed that because we have a mega projects of 100 billion pesos for 4Ps, we have 30 billion for AIX, minsan yung pinaka-simple na mga pagkalinga sa pinaka-vulnerable ay medyo naiiwanan o hindi nakikita. I must admit, no, lumaki yung pondo pero hindi naman lumaki ang sweldo ng mga taga DSWD at kulang na kulang. No? I think Senator Pia discussed with him na kulang ng social workers. Let me clarify that. Maraming social na worker sa gobyerno pero kulang ng social workers, and that's something SecRex is already working on. I think minention niya na magkakaroon pati ng academy, and I'd like to mention that hindi sapat that we wish him well. We all have to be social workers, and I'll show you why. Can you show the video? So the first two, the jeepney driver and tricycle driver, during the pandemic po ito.
Hindi po kami tamad. Tinamaan lang po ng lintik na COVID na gaya ng bayan natin. Dahil nga po sa COVID, nawala kami ng biyahe. Sa ngayon po, bumalik nga po kami sa pagbiyahe. Pero hirap pa rin po kasi nakikita namin ngayon, pangkain lang. Sa jeep lang po kami nakatira.
Bilang isang tricycle driver, hindi na po kumikita ng maayos.
Ito nga po pumasok ang pandemic. Yung inupahan namin bahay, hindi naman ganun kamahal yung upahan. Pinalayas po kami. Mabuti po, may magandang loob, kapitbahay namin. Pinatira po kami sa rooftop. Sa rooftop po kami nakatira ngayon.
Ang pinakamabigat kong problema ngayon, yung pagkakasakit ko ng misis ko.
Sa ngayon po, ay patuloy pong gamutan ng misis ko. Dahil meron po siyang mental disorder. Nung pong wala pong pandemic, natututusan ko po sa pamamasada ng tricycle. Pero po, itong pumasok pong pandemic, hindi na po siya tuloy-tuloy na nakakainom ng gamot.
Palipas, gutom lang, gano'n. Kasi wala naman akong kakayanan na mag-ano kami ng maraming pagkain. Kasi mahirap lang kami, sir. Napapagod din kasi matanda na ako. Naglakas na lang ako ng loob dahil wala namang tumutulong sa amin. Di, siyempre, yung anak ko na mayroong kapinsanan pa rin sa utak, ilalalayan ko na lang. Kahit na hindi ako kumain, basta makakain lang yung anak ko. Panginoon, bigyan mo ako ng sapat na kabuhayan para sa amin, sa aking pamilya. Maawa ka ikaw sa amin at may kapinsanan pa yung anak ko.
Let me start, Mr. President, with Nanay Felisa, yung huli po. She was our guest last Friday sa Cayetano in Action with Boy Abunda. Sumulat po yung kapitbahay niya because she has a son na iniwan ng asawa, so medyo nagkaroon ng depression and then mental health problems. So medyo wala sa sarili at minsan sinisipa yung mga bata sa community or bigla na lang maninigaw. Or siguro minsan hindi rin niya alam yung sariling gutom. So pag gutom, in the middle of the night, magsisigaw. And the neighbors explained and were crying
dahil mahal nila si Nanay Felisa at in fact, tinutulungan si Nanay Felisa. But this is the amazing thing, no? Nanay Felisa is 72 years old. She lives in a barangay off San Mateo. Greater Metro Manila na po yun. Hindi Metro Manila, nasa Rizal, pero Greater Metro Manila. Bumababa lang po sila at a certain church. From the church to their barangay, they have to walk 1 to 2 hours. And at 5 o'clock, after crossing the bridge sa isang ilog, wala nang kuryente. So si Nanay Felisa goes to the farmlands there, kumukuha ng gulay kung may mauutang, maglalakad ng 2 oras papunta sa bayan, and then maglalakad pa uwi. So walang nagbabantay sa 40-year-old anak niya na may mental health problem. Nung lumapit daw sila sa barangay, ang sinabi nga, mahirap din daw yung barangay, and they did not hear of AIX. Hindi nila alam ito. So actually, malasakit nung kapitbahay. So this is my point, no? I hope isa lang ang Nanay Felisa sa Pilipinas. But it's possible na maraming Nanay Felisa na hindi lang walang access sa ayuda, anuman departamento to, kung hindi nila man lang alam na may ganon. So I'd like to request 3 things from Sec Rex. No? Number 1, together with other agencies, a massive information campaign para people who are desperate like Felisa. Minsan kasi kung sino yung hingi ng hingi na meron naman, yun ang nakakaalam ng programa eh. Yung mga tambay sa City Hall na professional na nanghihingi na buwan-buwan binibinyagan yung anak nila. Di ba may mga ganyan minsan eh. Na mahirap pero hindi sobrang hirap na talagang ginawa na nilang style yung panghihingi sa iba't ibang politiko. Pero mayroong katulad ni Nanay Felisa, living quietly, following the law, pero walang alam na ibang oportunidad. Secondly, may I commend him and say that even during the time that I had the opportunity to serve as speaker, we were pushing already. After the 10K ayuda na 2 gives nung Bayanihan 1, we were pushing na magkaroon ng app kung sana magkaroon kahit ng testing yung iba't ibang departamento. Kasi nga, with an app, basta't meron kang apo, anak, or teenager na marunong mag-cellphone, mas madaling makapag-apply. I know it won't be that easy to do it nationwide right away, but yan po yung future online. No? And on Monday, we'll have a hearing about e-governance and about yung coverage. But I heard SecRex is pushing this, no? Na magkaroon ng app yung DSWD. So, sir, whatever you need, your friends in Congress and Senate are here. Whatever we need para to get that done, I think that would be really a real bonanza, no? And then thirdly, no, I don't know who you want to tap, but I do know that you are a very experienced and seasoned public servant. So whether it's the local government, we should really, kung meron na FIES every 4 years na ba ngayon? Oh, every 4 years, no? Tapos hindi ko alam kung yung census every ilan years ba. Alam mo yung house to house talaga para makita kung sino yung pinaka-desperado. Kumbaga sa mga highly urbanized, kung sino yung mga nasa silong na lang tapos hindi lumalabas. We saw some of them during the pandemic na ni walang pambiling mask. Kaya hindi na lang umaalis doon sa silong na nakisilong na lang sa bahay, no? Kasi sila yung pinaka-vulnerable at sila yung ni walang means na lumapit. So it will be a challenge, but I know you're up to challenges. So let me leave it at that and then just take up one last point, no? And we discussed this with it and very much aware si Secretary dito. Can you show the slide? Kumuha kami ng konting datos sa UNICEF, no? And I'd like to thank also Dr. Alvin Ang ng Ateneo School of Economics for pointing out yung stunting, no, to us in our conference ng Transform Nation, Discipling the Nations, Transforming Nations. He pointed out that a third of Filipinos are stunted or short for their age. And he pointed out yung stunting after 2 years of age can be permanent, irreversible, and even fatal. So according to UNICEF, 95 children in the Philippines die of malnutrition. 27 out of 100 Filipino people do not get past their 5th birthday. So I just like to pose a simple question. Alam kong pang budget hearing to. Alam kong natanong na rin to ni Sec Rex sa kanya at malamang tanungin ng ating Pangulo sa kanya sa kabinete. That if the 4 Ps na mahigit 100 bilyon is meant so that may makain yung mga bata para hindi sila maging malnourished, And if the 4Ps takes care of the poorest of the poor, bakit 1/3 of Filipinos ang stunted pa rin? So, nasaan yung disjoint between the policy, the money, and implementation? Kulang ba yung pang 4Ps natin? Are there many, many more poor parents than we know? May kakulangan din ba sila sa knowledge kung anong ipangbibili nila sa nakukuha nilang 2, 3, 4,000 a month in terms of nutrition, no? So parang may disjoint, di ba, ng having almost 200 billion pesos, half of that going to 4Ps, na supposedly yung first need ng bata ay makakain, hindi pumunta sa school ng gutom, and then 1/3 are stunted. So Sec Rex had told me even before I mentioned he's looking into that, looking for solutions. So again, Sec Rex, kasama nung challenge is the offer, no, nung lahat ng allies mo sa Senado at Kongreso. And of course, alam kong you have the support of the President, the Cabinet. Point us in the right way, help us craft the laws and the policies to make sure, no? Kasi imagine, Mr. President, lahat ng maganda na nakikita nyo ngayon sa Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, lahat ng libreng edukasyon, lahat ng bagong trabaho, investments. Pero kung stunted yung 1/3 of our population, can you imagine that we have to, the opportunities na mawawala sa 1/3 na ito? Parang napakalaking statistic na napakalaking epekto sa ating kinabukasan. So let me leave it at that and again, endorse the confirmation of Secretary Rex Gatchalian. God bless you, brother.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano.
Mr. Chair, may we now recognize Congressman Abet Garcia?
Congressman Abel Garcia is recognized from the province of Bataan.
Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues, I am deeply honored and privileged to stand before you and express my unwavering support for the confirmation of Mr. Rexlon Ting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Secretary Rex is a dear friend and a colleague. Our friendship dates back to the years when we were serving as fellow congressmen. I can say with conviction that Secretary Rex is one of the kindest, most hardworking persons I have met. He never misses to share his time and render his thoughts whenever I seek his advice on certain public policies or matters of governance. I have had the pleasure of working alongside Rex on numerous occasions, and I can fully attest to his exceptional work ethic and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His utter kindness is matched only by his sheer intelligence and attentive contemplation. These traits are the reasons why I can safely say that Secretary Rex is best fit for the job of DSWD Secretary. The whole country is fortunate when Secretary Rex accepted his appointment from His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. With Secretary Rex at the helm of the DSWD, we are blessed with a leader who can impart and make use of his competence, innovativeness, experience, and expertise, not only for the sake of his people in the great city of Valenzuela, but for the sake of all Filipinos, especially those who direly need the assistance and social services programs of government. Secretary Rex was educated in the prestigious George Washington University, Washington, D.C., USA, where he obtained a degree in Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science in 2001. Graduating cum laude from George Washington University would have opened for him many doors of opportunity abroad. A rewarding and eminent career in the United States or in any other country would have awaited for him. But he chose to come back and make himself of service to his fellow Filipinos. Not too often do we find a Filipino who has obtained formal education abroad to return to and work in this country in the name of public service. One has to have that unqualified love for one's country to make him come back like what Secretary Rex has done. Indeed, Secretary Rex has proven to the whole country that he loves this country. He displayed this love by remaining committed, hardworking, and dedicated public servant, either as congressman or as mayor of the city of Valenzuela. When he was, excuse me, when he was a congressman in the 14th, 15th, and 19th Congress, Secretary Rex authored significant legislations, including Republic Act number 10022, also known as the Act amending RA 8042, otherwise known as the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act of 1995, and Republic Act number 9576, which doubled the maximum deposit insurance covered by the PDIC. He also co-authored Republic Act number 11934, otherwise known as the Act requiring the registration of SIM cards. As mayor of Valenzuela City from 2013 to 2022, his accomplishments are just too many to mention, but I feel obliged to cite a few just so I can give the reasons why this administration was awarded the Galing Pook Awards for Innovations and Excellence in Local Governance. The most business-friendly, highly urbanized City Hall, City Hall of Fame Award, and the Best in Governance Emergency Management, Urban Search and Rescue category, among many others. These awards were products of his administration's keen implementation of various innovation programs such as the Education 360 Degrees Investment Program, Disiplina Village, Bagong Bahay, Bagong Buhay, Valenzuela Live Stream School, Pass Permit, and other programs. All his foregoing efforts have not gone unnoticed as he was conferred the most outstanding local chief executive in 2018. Moreover, at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Secretary Gatchalian, who was mayor at the time, immediately worked on pandemic preparedness, surveillance, and testing capacity by ensuring that sufficient public health, workforce, and health system are in place in Valenzuela City. This city was the first local government unit to conduct localized, targeted mass testing. Secretary Rex is one of the Gatchalian siblings who have dedicated themselves to public service. His brothers are Senator Win and Valenzuela City Mayor Wes Gatchalian. I take this opportunity to thank them in supporting many programs and legislative priorities that benefited the province of Bataan. The people of Bataan are expressing their utmost appreciation, especially to Senator Win for sponsoring in the Senate Republic Act number 11453, the law which strengthened and expanded the powers and functions of the authority of the Freeport area of Bataan. This law is bearing fruit right now as more and more investors have been locating in the province, resulting to continuous generation of jobs and local entrepreneurship. 4 weeks ago, Secretary Rex was in Bataan together with His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., where they distributed assistance to our constituents and announced the upcoming programs that the DTI and Dswd would be implementing for our MSMEs as well as our marginalized sectors. Excuse me. Indeed, Secretary Rex and his family have been close to the hearts of Bataeños, and they have earned the respect and admiration of many. To fulfill the DSWD's mandate, Secretary Rex has already bared his priority plans of alleviating hunger, enhancing disaster response, and streamlining social protection services. I have no doubt that he will continue to perform excellently in serving the Filipino people as DSWD Secretary. All the honors and distinction he has garnered further demonstrate that throughout his illustrious career, Secretary Rex has proven that he has the capability and integrity required for the position. By the way, Mr. Chair, our nominee also holds the distinction of having been the youngest member of this commission on appointments from year 2010 to 2013 at the age of 31 years old. I therefore manifest my full support for the confirmation of a friend and a true public servant, Secretary of DSWD, Rex Gatchalian. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Garcia. May I make a special request? Our session is supposed to start at 3 o'clock in the Senate. I had it moved to 3:30. We have very little time. Maybe we can just submit to the records your sponsorship remarks. Anyway, I'm sure the gentleman knows he's an excellent performer. And I think what will happen, he'll be happier for a quick confirmation so that he can already sit down. He's been standing for an hour. So, any more?
Mr. Chair, maybe
submit
just
na lang, to the records. Full support na lang. Okay, very good.
Okay. Sandali lang, one page lang po.
Mr. Chair, may we recognize Senator Bong?
Senator Go is recognized.
One page lang po. May request lang po ako, Mr. President. Paupuin po natin si Secretary Rex. Kanina pa siya nakatayo.
If he wishes to sit down, he can sit down.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would like to express my strong support and second the motion for the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rex Gatchalian as Secretary of DSWD. As I have stated earlier, siguraduhin lang po natin ang mabilis at tapat na serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan sa inyong pamumuno. Unahin po natin ang mga mahihirap, the helpless, and the hopeless. Sec Rex, you have my full support. Basta para sa bansa at sa ating mga kababayan, kasama mo po ako. Under your leadership, I am confident that the DSWD is in good hands. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Senator Nancy Binay, Representative Oka Malapitan, Congressman Casataya, Congressman Gico, Congressman Lani, Mercado Revilla would wish to submit their seconding speech in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We take note of that. And do not worry, those who are supportive of his confirmation will all be getting AICs for sure. So you don't need to give long speeches. He's a good gentleman and a great secretary. So, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we reiterate the early motion for the Commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Rex Lonting Gatchalian, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare and Development, on the part of the majority. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, on the part of the minority, we support the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rex Gatchalian.
There being no objection to the motion of the members in the plenary, and before I move on that motion, I would just like to congratulate my dear friend Rex Gatchalian, whose brother is with us here in the Senate. Both are equal, well, all three brothers that I've met in public service are very, very hardworking and very, I'd say, dedicated public servants to flag God and country. So keep up the good work coming from the LGU. You know what it is. Yung sinasabing kasal, binyag, libing, KBL, araw-araw mo nakikita yan bilang isang mayor and now of course a secretary. So without further ado, the Commission hereby confirms the ad interim appointment of Mr. Rex Lonting Gatchalian as Secretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Congratulations, Secretary. More power.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense
on the ad interim appointments of the 50 General Flag Officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before we take that up, I would just like to put on record, this month of May, we have two birthday celebrants. Huh? We'd like to greet Senator Nancy Binay, who celebrated her 40th birthday on May 12th. 40th. And Representative Jose Gay Pajernos on May 2. He celebrated his 65th birthday. I do not know how old Gay Pajernos is. So please proceed to our distinguished colleague, the chairperson on Committee on National Defense and the Commission appointments are my silingan in Mindanao, in Camiguin, Congressman Gigi Romualdo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But before, congratulations, Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, good afternoon. This representation as Chairman of the Committee on National Defense presided over a public hearing this morning to deliberate on the 50 ad interim appointments of general and flag officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Your committee, after deliberating on their qualifications and fitness during the public hearing, determined that they are fit and qualified to be promoted at the ranks where they are appointed, and therefore ruled to recommend to the plenary for the commission confirm the ad interim appointments of the following: Arthur M. Cordura to the rank of Lieutenant General with a waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chairman. Toribio D. Adasi Jr. to the rank of Vice Admiral. Efren Baluyot to the rank of Lieutenant General. Stephen P. Pareño to the rank of Lieutenant General. Benedict M. Aribalo to the rank of Lieutenant General. Roy M. Galido to the rank of Lieutenant General. Fernil G. Buca to the rank of Lieutenant General. Antonio G. Nafarrete to the rank of Major General. Jose Maria Ambrosio Q. Espeleta to the rank of Rear Admiral. Joseph Ferrus S. Quizon to the rank of Major General. Edgar M. Cardinosa to the rank of Major General. Aristotol D. Gonzalez to the rank of Major General with a waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chairman. Audrey L. Pasia to the rank of Major. Jose Maria R. Cuerpo II to the rank of Major General. Lionel M. Nicolas to the rank of Major General with a waiver of personal appearance, also, Mr. Chairman. Marvin L. Licodini to the rank of Major General. Arturo G. Rojas to the rank of Major General. George A. Blanco to the rank of Major General. Facundo O. Palafox IV to the rank of Major General. Potenciano C. Camba to the rank of Major General. Noel D. Beleran to the rank of Major General. Teofilo R. Bailon Jr. to the rank of Major General. Joel Alejandro S. Naknak to the rank of Major General. Mac Raul B. Racacho to the rank of Rear Admiral. Ronnie D. Petinglay to the rank of Brigadier General. Reynold R. Roeca to the rank of Brigadier General. Perfecto P. Piñaredondo to the rank of Brigadier General. Oriel L. Pancog to the rank of Brigadier General. Alan M. Javier to the rank of Commodore. Gerald N. Gagan to the rank of Brigadier General. Romel B. Almaria to the rank of Brigadier General. Alexei C. Musni to the rank of Brigadier General. Edmundo G. Peralta to the rank of Brigadier General. Romel R. Cordova to the rank of Brigadier General. Edgar C. Torres to the rank of Brigadier General. Nestor E. Narag Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Joel M. Paloma to the rank of Brigadier General. Noel A. Vistuir to the rank of Brigadier General. Ramil G. Oloroso to the rank of Brigadier General. Francis Anthony M. Coronel to the rank of Brigadier General, Leo A. Fontanilla to the rank of Brigadier General, Leo Digario V. Macalintal to the rank of Brigadier General, Michael A. Santos to the rank of Brigadier General, Ferdinand B. Napule to the rank of Brigadier General, Leo Davic B. Ginid to the rank of Brigadier General, Bernardo R. Fortes Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General, Marcos Y. Imperio to the rank of Commodore, Federico B. Enriquez to the rank of Brigadier General, Rolando F. Sarmiento to the rank of Commodore, Eric C. Garchitorena to the rank of Brigadier General Reserve. I so move, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, due to concern for time, none of the members would do their seconding speech. However, members will just submit their seconding speech in writing to be incorporated in the journal of today's session. So move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection to the motion, we take note and approve the motion.
Mr. Chair, may we reiterate the early motion for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the aforementioned 50 general flag officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Before I act on the motion, once again, I'd just like to repeat what I said in the committee hearing, and I believe that is the sentiment of all members of the Commission on Appointments. Maraming salamat sa inyong serbisyo, sa inyong inang bayan. We truly appreciate all the effort, all your life's work protecting the Republic of the Philippines and protecting our democratic way of life. Without any of you, we cannot have what we are having now, which is a peaceful democratic way of life. So maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Without further ado, duly seconded by members of the commission confirms the ad interim appointment of the aforementioned 50 general and flag officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Congratulations to all of you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, honorable members.
Mr. Chair, it's 2:56 p.m. We're still on time.
Thank you,
There
sir.
being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
Before that, we'll adjourn and we'll have photo
photo
ops with our gentlemen, ladies. Maraming salamat. There being no objection, the hearing is adjourned.